All right, I'm going to call the regular Tuesday, September 26, 2023 council meeting to order and welcome everybody that's joining us here today. I recognize most faces, but if there's anybody here that is here to talk about the item number 13 that was written on the printed agenda, the notice of motion, that notice of motion doesn't exist. It hasn't been read in, so there will be no opportunity for anybody to speak to it. If it's read in at the end of the meeting, then I anticipate it'll come forward at October 10th. So I'm just letting you know, so you're welcome to stay, but that motion, if it is, it doesn't exist. It shouldn't have been on this piece of paper. If it is read in at the end, towards the end of the meeting, it will actually say what date it'll come back. So that's when we would discuss it. So there will not be an opportunity for anyone to speak to that as a delegation because it doesn't exist. Okay? So, no. No, that will be part of the public hearing. Okay, I don't know if there's people that are sitting here for the item number 13. So just doing a double check. I don't want somebody to have to sit through the meeting that long. Anything that's on a public hearing, you'll be invited to at that point in time. And I think you just missed it. Item 13 does not exist on the agenda, so there will be no speaking to it. Only if the notice of motion comes forward. It'll come forward on the date that it actually will be read into the agenda. Okay? That way, if you don't want to stay and listen to everything else, you're welcome to leave. So I will begin with the land acknowledgement that the City of Fort Saskatchewan is located within Treaty 6 territory in Métis Nation of Alberta Region 4, the ancestral and traditional territory of the Nihilwak, Dene, Blackfoot, Saulteaux, Nakota Sioux, and Métis. And we acknowledge the many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit whose footsteps have marked these lands for generations. It is because of our treaty relationship that we can live, work, and play on Treaty 6 territory. So the first item that I will ask for is a motion for the consent agenda items, which are number 3, the approval of the September 12th regular council meeting minutes, item 11.2 to schedule a special council meeting, and 12.2 downtown incentives amendment. Councillor Batoye for a motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that Council approves the consent agenda as presented.
All right, thank you. Now, there is an opportunity if anybody wishes any of these to be severed and spoken to separately. We'll just have everybody turn their phones off. Thank you. Not seeing any, then I will close the motion for the consent agenda. On the motion, it would say approve the following consent agenda items. You would just have to have consent agenda in there. Okay.
We're going to get that actually in the agenda going forward, right? Because it doesn't show up on here.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I will close that. Please cast your vote for the consent agenda items. And you'll make that wording change, correct? Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, so that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. So the next item is delegations. So delegations would be for anything that is not part of a public hearing. The public hearings you'll be able to speak to during the public hearing process. So that would be if you wanted to speak to the disc golf, to the indoor recreation, the new annex area structure plan, or the policing committee. Those would be the items that you could come forward and speak to if that's what you wanted to speak as part of a delegation. Okay, not seeing anybody coming forward. Nobody was pre-registered. We will move on to presentations first from the Fort Saskatchewan Disc Golf Course proposal. Daryl Henderson, Craig Natras, and Curtis Smith presenting. And we typically have about 15 minutes for presentations, 10 to 15.
I think we'll be okay. We got a little bit under that, so.
Okay. And then once your presentation is done, then it's open for questions of council. So
Absolutely.
there's 3 seats, 3 mics.
Okay, well, should we sit or stand then?
Sit.
Okay.
And
Sorry.
you can pull the mic down. The camera for anybody watching is behind me. You want to sit up.
Craig,
Oh, is he going to help?
so we can run the mouse. So we can run the mouse. Okay, thank you. Good evening, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Daryl Henderson, a representative of Fort Saskatchewan Disc Golf. I'm here with Craig Natras and Curtis Smith. Mark Thompson wasn't able to be here today, but we are here. We are here to propose that Council provide space and funds to install a 9-hole disc golf course in a mature and developed park in the city of Fort Saskatchewan. First, you may want to know what is disc golf and why it would be a good recreational asset for the city of Fort Saskatchewan. Disc golf is a sport that is played like traditional golf, but instead of using a ball and clubs, you use discs to throw into baskets. You throw them from cement tee pads and then again as you walk down the fairway into a basket at the end of the hole in as few throws as possible. The lowest score wins. Disc golf is a very accessible activity that individuals of all ages, genders, ethnicity, and skill levels can play. When on the course at Rundle Park with my 10-year-old son, I regularly see groups of 4 from all age brackets and walks of life. Families of 4 or 5, groups of friends new to the sport, and groups of experienced disc golfers in their 60s, all with varying skill levels. Over the summer, we have held multiple events to introduce disc golf to the community of Fort Saskatchewan, and those same inclusive demographics were curious and came out to take part. I have also watched a video online of a disc golf manufacturer taking their equipment to a camp for children with physical disabilities and introduced them to the sport. A young boy with no arms even removed his shoe and threw his disc with his foot. If you can throw a simple frisbee in any capacity, you can play disc golf. The beauty of the sport's inclusivity, coupled with it being an outdoor sport, has led it to grow in recent years, making it second only to pickleball in rising popularity with rapidly increasing participants and courses. It is estimated that there are over 15,000 disc golf courses across the world, spread over more than 80 countries, with over 70% of those courses having been built in the last decade alone. Closer to home in the capital region, there are 16 courses, with 2 of them being private and the remaining 14 being open to the public. There are 4 courses in Edmonton, 2 in St. Albert, 1 in Leduc, Morinville, Beaumont, Sherwood Park, Spruce Grove, and even a 9-hole course at the Lions Campground in Bruderheim. Which brings us to today. It is our belief that a disc golf course would be an amazing addition for the residents of Fort Saskatchewan. We are a municipality much like the others in Greater Edmonton area, providing equal or better services to our citizens. And the absence of a disc golf course is a small gap when comparing our city to those other communities previously mentioned. Our specific goal today is we hope to fill that gap with the design and installation of a beginner-styled 9-hole disc golf course here in Fort Saskatchewan. To complete that, we have laid out a 5-step plan for our Fort Saskatchewan Disc Golf group that we would like to share with you. Our 5-step plan is as follows. Step 1, bring awareness of the sport to Fort Saskatchewan. Step 2, build a 9-hole beginner course in a mature green space in the city. Step 3, continued awareness of the sport, focusing on the new course. Step 4, become an association. And step 5, build an 18-hole disc golf course. I'd like to expand on those points in greater detail with you, starting with step 1, bringing awareness of the sport to Fort Saskatchewan. We have been working on increasing the profile of the sport to show the community and council the benefit of this project. We have a Facebook group, an Instagram page, and this summer we started hosting introductory events. We held 2 of our own demonstration disc golf days at Price Alderson Park and 3 community events, 2 of which were in conjunction with the city of Fort Saskatchewan, being the movie Under the Stars and the Alberta Day long weekend extravaganza. The third was with another social group, the Fort Saskatchewan Black Society. All events had different levels of attendance, but we were well received by those that took part. We have been pleased with the growth we have seen on our Facebook page after beginning the summer with less than 20 members at the start of June and growing to a following of over 100 members today. Unfortunately, our group members don't have a permanent place in our community to play or try disc golf. Members of other sports, such as beach volleyball, pickleball, basketball, or soccer, have permanent spaces throughout the city and have more opportunity to be present in the community. The absence of a permanent course does impact our ability to truly create a disc golf community and grow the sport. For those of us that play already, we have no choice but to travel outside of Fort Saskatchewan to play the sport we enjoy. This is where step 2 of our plan comes in. Build a 9-hole beginner course. Fort Saskatchewan has many mature parks that would be great for a permanent 9-hole course. A permanent entry-level course will go a long way to raise the profile of disc golf in the community and give us a place to play without having to travel to surrounding communities. We have been in contact with a couple of local disc golf companies in Edmonton to do some research for this proposal and have had some high-level discussions that have revealed the cost of a well-made course to be quite manageable, between $25,000 to $30,000. Further to that, we believe that operational and upkeep costs, while not completely non-existent, are minimal. Discussion in our group has led us to a number of parks that could be viable for a 9-hole course, and we would be more than happy to work with administration to determine the best location. If our proposal were accepted, we would not stop there. Step 3 would be continued awareness of the support, focusing on the new 9-hole course. Our work will continue once Fort Saskatchewan has a course. This will give us a location to first and foremost play recreationally and spread the word. We will also continue hosting demonstration events, clinics, tournaments, and connect with community groups such as schools and nonprofit organizations. With everything we have done this summer, having a permanent course will make it easier for us to get the word out. As our community grows, we will have to organize, which is where step 4 comes in. Become an association. With growing popularity, we will make it a priority to become an association so that we can best serve our following and the city of Fort Saskatchewan. Our principal members have grown from 2 to 4 over this summer, and we are prepared to increase our membership upon the creation of an association and define our roles and responsibilities at that time. Step 5, build an 18-hole course. Looking further down the road, our group also has a long-term goal and passion to see a prominent, well-designed 18-hole championship-level course built. We believe if we continue to put in the effort, that we can grow disc golf community so much that the popularity will demand a second course. If done properly, an 18-hole championship course could lead to tournaments that would attract members of the Professional Disc Golf Association. Yes, that is a thing, and yes, there is a PDGA tour. Earlier this summer, Craig Natras and I went out by Devon to Bailey's Crossing Disc Golf Course to watch the Edmonton Open. This kind of event would be like others on the Fort Saskatchewan calendar that brings our city excellent exposure beyond the borders of the capital region. We would love to return to council in a few years to propose an 18-hole course once you have seen how successful our 9-hole course has become. To summarize, while we are not expecting a decision this afternoon, we would kindly ask that you consider this as part of the city budget for 2024, and we would be happy to assist council and the Cultural and Recreation Department with course design, location, and even potentially vendor selection for this project. Thank you very much for your time.
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'll now open it up to council for any questions that they may have. And we've got Councillor Macon first.
Good afternoon, guys. Thanks for being here
Afternoon.
today. You know, I can't throw anything, so I would be very, very beginner at this sport. I'm just curious about the cost, because when you guys were talking before you got to the cost, I was thinking this must be very inexpensive, like looking at those baskets, but I'm just trying to understand what else other than those 9 baskets it encompasses to come to that price tag.
We do have a proposal that we can share with you after the meeting.
Sure.
And it's broken down. There would probably be 4 major parts from what we've seen that's been presented to us. There would be course design would be part of, like, yes, we have gone and walked some of these spaces and had some thoughts about where placement and things like that. But we weren't going to be able to take a project like that to fruition. So we would need somebody else. So there's course design
Professional
involved.
course
Right,
design.
correct.
Okay.
So there's professional course design. Then there's 3 major components to a course itself. There's the baskets, of course, which are typically either 9 or 18. So there would be those to consider as well. There are tee pads, which are made of, there's a couple different products you can do. You can do gravel, cement, that rubber that you have at some of the playgrounds. Craig and I played a course just 2 weekends ago, and while at one point we weren't going to present the tee pads as a necessity, the very relatively new course of 4 years had some significant rutting from the constant use of that area. So that would be a second thing, is the tee pads. And then lastly would be proper signage. Disc golf has an app where you can find out where the tee pad and the next basket is. But if people are not informed about the app and are coming new to the sport, proper signage will help them to play the course. And we feel it's an important part of it. So there's those 3 portions of the actual course themselves, and then the kind of the preliminary of the design.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Thanks for your presentation this afternoon. I always love to see new initiatives brought in front of council. I think with a growing community, there's a growing demand for different types of recreation, and this is an excellent idea. First question is, to what extent does a course like this tie up park space? I'm just envisioning, walkers, bikers, people with dogs and such, watching out for frisbees flying by. And so do we need a designated park space for it, or how is it incorporated into the space that we currently have, and then, they're separated from other activities going on in the park?
Typically, from my experience, I've probably played upwards of a dozen so far. Many other people have played more than that, but most of the courses, there are a few, especially those 2 private courses we alluded to. Those are they're literally out in the bush that somebody's built privately. But nearly all the rest of the courses that I have played are multi-use green spaces. There's one in Red Deer that I have referred the Cultural and Recs Department to when I've chatted with them in the past. It has basketball courts, a playground. It has baseball diamonds, and then if you use one of the most popular courses in our area, it would be at Rundle Park. Well, Rundle Park has pretty much the gamut of everything there available. Picnickers. The one thing that you could add in with the signage, as far as like where is the next tee, or where this is the tee, this is the next basket, is I have seen like beware of flying discs at Rundle Park. They have those signs out for people to be aware. You could keep it away, like say for example Jubilee Park by the JRC is not as used as say Price Alderson Park, or even Curtis was mentioning Ross Creek has less going on as well. So there's lots of different green spaces and positive negatives to each of them. But in most cases, to answer the question directly, a lot of the spaces are multi-use.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I guess with proper signage, that people would take that into account and get to know kind of
it is a little bit of an education process for like all of a sudden you go from no flying discs to flying discs and things of that nature. So the public would definitely have to become used to that, I guess.
Can I add?
Yeah.
And like that's where course design comes in as well. So if we had a professional course designer, they would put a basket away from where we had paths. So there's not going to be any conflicts there, and to make sure it is still a safe space if the course is in a existing park, just to keep hazards at a minimum.
Right. Okay. Thanks for that. And then I guess as a follow up to what you've mentioned, is there a preferred park that you've kind of seen in Fort Saskatchewan that you like to see this in, and that accommodates the space and the space for growth in the future?
Yeah. So we've bandied this about quite a lot. We set up our demonstration day at Price Alderson mainly for the visibility. It could be said that is possibly too busy of a location, but these two gentlemen have taken the time and walked it, and there's more than enough space at least to put 9 holes there, potentially more. I don't know about 18. It would definitely be a high traffic green space, more so than others because of the spray park that's there. That was our focus, but we do have other options with, again, like pros and cons to those options. So we're willing to work with council or the administration as well as a potential designer. But for the summer, we were looking at Price Alderson.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I've got a whole pile of questions. I'll start with maybe, I've never done disc golf. Can you use a regular Frisbee?
Actually, well, yeah, the answer is yes, but I meant to bring my discs in to show you guys. But anyway, the discs are quite a bit different. There's if you think about it, actually, in the terms of the different clubs that you would use for golfing, there's literally almost as many discs that you can use for different shots that you might have to make. Like there's a proper, in short, there's a long distance driver, there's a mid-range driver, and there is a putter, and they're all have different edges on them that help them fly differently. And so you can use a Frisbee. It's quite a bit more difficult to do, though.
So are they weightier than Frisbees?
Yes, they
so
are.
More dangerous. Because I've been hit by a Frisbee. It's not nice either, but...
Yeah, I guess, yeah. Yes, they would.
Okay, I've got a bunch more, but so you were asking for a 9-hole golf course, but the intent isn't at some point to expand that. It's you'll ask for an 18 in the future outside of this one?
So I guess to better lay out what we are trying to accomplish, like, yes, the answer is we would like an 18-hole course, but we are only 3 guys, 4, and like his son, my son, that are playing. We actually, from what we found out this summer, there's not a ton of us that are already playing. So our idea was to sort of do it from the ground level up and build a beginner course there. Like maybe it wouldn't suit a more advanced player, but we want to get more people to start playing so that we can build a disc golf community. And then there's more cause for us to go and build an 18-hole course. Because if you our thought is that if you just build an 18-hole course and somebody gets out there and they step up to T-pad 1, it could be a little bit daunting. And so this way, it's a beginner level course. We can do lots with it as far as introducing the community to the sport. And then, like, I would say if you, like, on social media, I follow a number of the associations that are in and around the area. They are quite healthy. I've gone down to Calgary. I've played there, and it's so busy to play. Like, you have to actually wait your turn. It's as popular as ball golf, as regular golf. And so, yeah, that's where those associations can grow too. the community of disc golf can grow, get to. That's what we want to do. And then there'll be time, space, and energy put into an 18-hole course from there.
Okay, I've got more questions.
Okay, I'll put you on for round 2. Okay, I'm next on the speaking order. So the question that I have, I know I came out to one of your exhibits. How much interest did you have throughout the exhibit of people who would want to come back? And was there any cost associated for them?
For the people that came, was there any cost?
For the ones who came, but the ones who are potentially part of this?
There, I guess, so especially... If the course becomes public, if the city puts it in, there's no more cost to a person that would play than the equipment that they have to purchase. And the equipment, an average disc is in and around $20 to $25 for one. Or so what? Sorry, what are you asking?
Yeah, no. The question that is there a fee associated with going out and actually playing, not for the equipment?
No. So that's sorry. So with the 2 private courses, there are people that own and maintain those courses. So you do have to pay, I think it's like a $10 fee to come and play their course. For the remainder of the courses that are in and around the city that we alluded to, there's no cost associated to play. It's like me walking up with a soccer ball and going to one of the fields and playing.
Okay, and then the second question was around the interest, the age groups, how many people, talk about that?
We kept a rough tally, and between the 5 events, we managed to have about 200 different folks come and join us over the 5 events. There were a couple families that were actual repeats, which was nice to see. And so, yeah, it was about, and then, sorry, as far as the demographic, we had little children and families that came out. And then we actually, one of the couples that did come back, they were an older couple who kept saying that this would be great for our grandkids. And they came to 2 of our events. So it did range pretty much from almost preschoolers to retirement age.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye, you're next.
Thank you for your presentation, gentlemen. I actually did hear from the Fort Black Society about how fun the game was, so well done. But my question is, you're requesting for 25 to 30,000 as an estimate. What is your group going to be? What kind of equity would the group be bringing in, or is the intention for the city to fund all of it?
As it stands right now, we are just 3 private gentlemen that are residing here, and we have no equity to bring in at this time.
Okay, so assuming that the 9-hole course does get built, how do you intend to fund it? You know, by the time you're getting to the 8, I guess my question is, how do you intend to keep it sustainable? Like, is your plan to get membership and to start to charge them something? How do you intend to sustain?
Well, as far as sustaining it, there is, as I put in the presentation, there's very little cost to upkeep it, very, very minor. And from our point of view and the way most of the other courses that I'm familiar with operate in their municipalities, is that this is absolutely equal to like a baseball diamond, the soccer posts that are in all the different fields. And so there's not much for upkeep. And I guess to put it directly, it would be on the city to upkeep that. Like, we're not asking for this to belong to us. We're asking for this to belong to all of the residents. Like, just like there's basketball courts and a soccer field, anybody can walk up with their ball and play soccer. That's kind of how the rest of these work, all in their municipalities. So, like, we wouldn't charge a fee to do any upkeep. We've talked about where maintenance costs would fall on us, and we could do little things like if there's a chain misplaced, I would probably start to keep, an extra link of chain or something and a pair of pliers in my disc golf bag. But mostly these are city purchased and owned baskets. The ones in Rundle Park are the ones that I played at Red Deer, and they're all maintained by those municipalities.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly, questions? Whoops, just a second here. Go ahead.
Thank you, and good afternoon, gentlemen. I would suggest to you that your future steps, I think high on the list rather than 4 should be get organized. As a counselor, I find it difficult to say, let's build it and see if they will come. I think that's part of the sweat equity you guys bring to the table. So my suggestion is the 3 of you can organize as a society, give yourself a name, start raising members. That you can do. I would strongly suggest that if you're going to be a member of the Fort Sask Disc Golf Association, you get a t-shirt, but it costs you $20 for a membership fee or whatever the number is. Nothing is free. It only means somebody else is paying for it. That's a bit of a rant, but we're dealing with a swimming pool later in the budget, so I'm a little bit primed here. The big thing is get organized, get your membership in place. What do the nets cost? What does one net cost?
I believe that costs between $450 and $650.
So one of your first goals could perhaps be to just buy a couple nets and cabbage a spot in a local park during the course of the summer to have, call it a driving range. Get out there and practice, if nothing else, and introduce new members. So you drive your membership. That will drive everything you do after that, including coming back to council. If you've got 400 names behind you, you're going to carry a lot more force than with 3 names. So I'm a golfer. I've never ever walked on a golf course, but what I didn't pay to play. So there's a cost. And
question?
Yeah. Mayor Katcher, these guys are here for information, and there's more than just questions for information. So I beg and ask for just a little bit of leniency. The point is that when you come back to council, be prepared to talk about some sort of fee to maintain something, whatever it is. I'd like to know when you come back to council what particular park area you think would be most suitable. So I don't think you necessarily want to go to a football field or a soccer field and just throw nets around in the corners. So a little more description there would be nice. Other than that, I truly admire the initiative. I really do. So please keep with it.
Thank you. Councillor Blizzard, questions?
Well, I think Councillor Kelly covered some of them. I was going to ask you about fundraising. Being more specific, even a small group can start looking at fundraising, whether you do a bit of a bottle drive or get something out, approach companies, because I feel right now 6 people, 30,000, and while that's maybe small on the overall scale, that is still an ask for 6 people right now that are involved in it. We need more membership, maybe get an association going. It sounds like that's late on the agenda. You're not looking at that for a while yet?
The main reason that we've put that off, and it sort of would speak to what Councillor Kelly was discussing as far as being more organized, is that in conversing with other groups that have been before council, they have already had spaces to organize and participate in their activity. We don't have that space. There's nowhere for us to do that. For example, pickleball was able to play indoors at the Dow and create a community and a group doing it indoors before they came to council. We simply don't have that. What we do have, what we did use, and what we will continue to use. Sounds like possibly Councillor Kelly, you didn't know, aren't aware, but the city actually has 9 brand new purchased temporary pop-up baskets. We used the 2 that were purchased earlier this spring to our full capacity, and when we had the opportunity and it was expanded to 9, we did that as well. So we are not prepared to sit on our hands and just wait for this to happen. We're not sitting here with our hands out looking for money without any kind of a plan. It just, the sheer effort that it took to put up those 9 baskets and then to say, okay, we're going to be at X park every Saturday to build this association, it's a little counterproductive. People want to just go out and throw their discs. And there are other communities within 15 to 25 minutes to go and get that accomplished. That's where I recognize the point. You're going to spend this amount of money for 6 people, but it's also a bit of number one, it's a little leap of faith, and number two, there are ball diamonds and soccer fields that are littered across this city, and there's not a single disc golf park. And if it's a little bit like, if you build it, we will come, because they will come from all over. The 3 of us will play at any course that I previously mentioned, because that's where we have to go to play the sport.
Yeah, I would still say I'm going to ask you to come back with some fundraising
I will.
Pensions, because when you say pickleball or some of the other sports, the ball diamonds came about because kids made their own ball diamonds.
We're not debating with them.
So.
We're not debating with them.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
That's me. Yeah. Got wrapped up in the last conversation. Why does my chair do this here? Okay. So just a couple simple questions. The budget, $25,000 to $30,000. Does that include cement pads? Because you mentioned tee boxes and installing those as permanent fixtures in 9 areas. So that's included in your budget. I see that.
Yes, that is included. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. I do agree with Councillor Kelly's comment about becoming an association. And maybe just a question for admin and for your benefit. Then an application for funding can't be made until this group is associated. Correct? Okay, and
that's correct.
Okay, great, and that's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So my last question is going to be a very simple yes or no. So the question that I really have is, you're here today saying we're lacking an amenity in a park, in any park, the same as, and we should have an amenity the same as basketball and all of the other free amenities that we have. That's what I'm hearing, not that you guys want to own and operate it.
No, that's correct.
So basically you're just asking the city for a free amenity for the public.
In short, yes.
That's the short answer. Okay. All right. So that's the last question that's on here. So thank you very much for coming out and presenting. Council is going to be starting budget deliberations coming up in October. So if it ends up on, somebody does a motion to put it on for discussion, then something would happen. If there's a request for more information, then they would request for you to bring more information forward. Okay?
Certainly.
All right. Well, thank you very much for coming out this afternoon.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, the next item that we have is going to be public hearing number 1 for Bylaw C5-23, amending the Southport Area Structure Plan Bylaw C4-19. And the process for this, which I read out for every one of these. So administration will come forward. They will speak to the bylaw and what the amendments are. Following their presentation, council will have an opportunity to ask them questions. After council has asked them questions, I will open it up for anybody who wants to come and speak in favor or opposed to the bylaw, and any persons coming forward will come up. They will actually move and they would come up to the front and have 5 minutes to speak. Following each one of those, council would have an opportunity to ask the individual a question or questions, and once that has been completed, then as many people who want to come forward can. Following the speaking in favor or opposed, administration will come forward and answer any final questions of administration. And then following that, I will close the public hearing and we'll go to business arising from the public hearing. So with that, I am going to open public hearing number 1 for Bylaw C5-23 at 2:39 p.m. and welcome Craig and Taryn presenting.
Thank you, Mayor Catcher. Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. I am Terrence Samra, and I'm here to present Bylaw C5-23, an amendment to the South Fort Area Structure Plan. I will begin with a brief overview about how planning occurs. When it comes to planning, the Municipal Government Act tells us what to do, establishes a framework for that to happen. The framework is divided into 3 levels of responsibility: provincial, regional, and municipal. We live in the municipal realm, and here's where the Municipal Government Act sets out a hierarchy of planning documents, what those documents do, and how they should relate to each other. As you can see, those documents circled in red include the Municipal Development Plan, Area Structure Plan, and Area Redevelopment Plans, the Land Use Bylaw, which includes redistricting applications, and at the bottom are development permits and subdivision applications. Today, we are here to discuss Area Structure Plans. The South Fort Area Structure Plan comprises of 700 hectares of land. Approximately 218 hectares of undeveloped land remains. The projected population for South Fort is approximately 18,000 to 21,000 residents. The neighborhood will contain an assortment of residential housing types and densities, and the commercial sites will include a power center, neighborhood service node, and a mixed-use site. Bylaw C5-23 amends the South Fort Area Structure Plan with the proposed changes. Removal of an optional road that would extend Greenfield Way from South Fort Drive to Highway 21. Subsequently, redesignate lands along Highway 21 from residential to commercial designation. Revise the future transportation network in the southeast portion of the plan. And reconfigure the land uses surrounding the revised transportation network, which includes the school site. The first proposed change is to remove the optional road extending Greenfield Way from South Fort Drive to Highway 21. Extending Greenfield Way divides a city-owned parcel and privately owned parcel. Due to the size and configuration constraints with these lands, constructing the road would hinder developability. The purpose of the road was for convenience, however, it is not required to maintain an efficient transportation network. Subsequently, the second proposed change to the area structure plan is to redesignate land along Highway 21 to commercial. In March of 2022, Council directed administration to publicly list the city-owned land along Highway 21. The current ASP designates the city-owned land as commercial and medium density. These designations were separated by the optional road. With the optional road removed, the boundaries are adjusted to align with property lines. Therefore, the city-owned land is solely designated as commercial and no longer includes the medium density designation. It should be noted that land use concept plan is conceptual and the designations are not set in stone. The third proposed change is to revise the transportation network in the southeast portion of the South Fort ASP. In April of 2023, the servicing design brief for the annex lands was presented to Council. This report outlines changes to the South Fort road network to better align with the road connections to the annexed lands in the south. Administration recommends to incorporate the road network alignment changes from the servicing design brief to the South Fort Area Structure Plan. The last proposed change is the reconfiguration of the school site and adjacent lands. The future school site in the southeast portion of South Fort is intended for a high school. Due to the changes in the alignment of the transportation network, the adjacent lands and school site needed to be reconfigured. Administration consulted with local school boards and local land developer to ensure an efficient design in the school site and adjacent lands. Fort Saskatchewan values citizens and interested parties' input on development issues and opportunities. Public engagement was incorporated as part of the South Fort Area Structure Plan Amendment and concurrent Land Use Bylaw Amendment. A variety of promotional tools to advertise the proposed amendments and the public open houses were used. 2 open house sessions in June of 2023 were conducted for residents and interested parties to attend and ask questions. Information packages were sent to residents of South Fort Heights, South Fort Estates, and to residents within 100 meters of the affected areas. External agencies also received a copy of the information package for review. Administration also promoted the amendments on social media and through newspaper ads. A website was launched which included information on the proposed changes. Attendees of the open house sessions, external agencies, and residents of Fort Saskatchewan were asked to provide feedback on the proposed South Fort Amendment and concurrent Land Use Bylaw Amendment. Most respondents were supportive of removing the optional road that extends Greenfield Way from South Fort Drive to Highway 21. Residents believe that the extension of Greenfield Way would escalate traffic and safety concerns in South Fort. Most respondents were silent on the redesignation of land along Highway 21. Some residents indicated a preference for maintaining it in its current state, while other residents questioned the suitability of the land use. However, it should be noted that the subject land along Highway 21 is not zoned as green space, but is considered as undeveloped lands. Administration received feedback from local school boards and land developer on the proposed South Fort area structure plan. Administration consulted and worked with these external agencies and believes the majority of the concerns have been alleviated with the proposed land use concept plan. At first reading of bylaw C5-23, administration committed to providing to council additional information about the trail connection. A trail exists within the 88 Avenue Road right-of-way. The trail segment starts near commercial property at 84th Street and Highway 21 and terminates at the southern boundary of the subject site. The Transportation Master Plan identifies the need to extend the trail to the north end of 92nd Street and connect with the trail adjacent to South Point Commercial, as seen in orange. The trail will be privately built on the city property by a future developer at the development stage. The details of the future trail, including location, would be finalized through the development permit process. Please note in the report that it mentions that the trail is privately owned and will be maintained by the property owner. This is not the case. The trail will be built within the Highway 21 road right-of-way. Following first reading, a public hearing was advertised for 2 consecutive weeks. Notices were mailed out to landowners within 100 meters of the affected areas, along with residents of South Fort Heights and South Fort Estates. Notice of the proposed bylaw was posted on the city's website and social media accounts. One response was received in support of bylaw C5-23. And at this time, I'd like to answer any questions that council may have for administration.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just remind everyone through public hearing, it is only clarifying questions. Councillor Blizzard.
Thanks for the presentation. Just one question. When you said there's no road going from the Greenfield Way, on the picture kind of shows, is that just a border? Is that just the border of the property? It was, yeah, right there. So when you look at, where am I looking? When you look at where Greenfield Way comes up and then there's the orange and the red, is that just a property line? That's not a roadway.
Through your worship, Council Blizzard, that's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Are there any additional clarifying questions? Councillor Kelly?
I had the same question, but I thought I resolved it until Councillor Blizzard's question. So I need to be clear. The area southeast off of Highway 21, where the additional connector to South Fort Way is being removed, that piece of property won't be only accessible by Highway 21. There'll be some parking lot access where you can zig through, presumably, and get out of that area if it's sold and developed through connecting to Home Depot, for instance.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, so there's 2 separate parcels there. Like, one is privately owned, that is adjacent to South Fort Drive, and then the city-owned parcel, which is adjacent to the highway.
Understood.
Yeah, they would have separate access from each road. So one would be from the highway, the other one would be from South Fort Drive. Depending on what is done between property owners, you may have mutual access, but that is completely left to property owners to decide.
So the question then is, the piece of property that's owned by the city of Fort Saskatchewan, there was to be adjacent to that a collector from South Fort Boulevard to Highway 21 that is proposed to be removed. I understand that, correct? Am I correct?
That is correct.
So if that collector is removed, does that mean that that piece of property that the city owns is only accessible via Highway 21 and no place else?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I'll ponder on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris?
So, would a search of the records indicate that there has been any discussion with the owner of the property that is south of the city-owned property that we have for sale? The one that ultimately is accessed legally off of South Fort Drive and is adjacent to South Fort Bend? development and adjacent to the Krebs property that is currently for sale. Are there any files or records in the file that there has been any discussion with the private landowner relative to the future of that particular property?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, yes. So as part of our South Fort amendment, when we were doing reaching out, sending out letters, we did reach out with 2 adjacent property owners, and one of them, as you mentioned, the owner of that parcel that would be adjacent to South Fort Drive, we did reach out and discuss with that property owner about these changes.
So we've talked to them about the changes, but they have not given us any indication of what their intent for that. It's a rather large piece of property, correct? Approximately how many hectares is it?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, I'm not aware of the size.
So back to Councillor Kelly's comment, and I would like you to clarify this. Legal access at this point in time is from South Fort Boulevard to that property.
Through your worship, Councillor Harris, it would be through South Fort Drive.
And what Councillor Kelly was alluding to was potential agreements that exist between property owners to have legal or non-legal access through some sort of an access agreement. I think that's what Councillor Kelly was talking about, to get access over to where Home Depot is or onto the Krebs land. So ultimately, it would be up to the landowners to ultimately work with the city to come up with a transportation plan for that area, correct? So if we sell our property, then somebody's going to come up with some sort of a plan that talks about interlinking from a transportation standpoint with adjacent properties, correct?
Through your worship, Councillor Harris, that would be correct. That would be, as you mentioned, discussion between private property owners, and they could come up with their own plan.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thanks.
Okay, that looks like all of the questions. So I'll just have you step to the back for a moment. And at this point in time for bylaw C5 for the public hearing, the floor is now open for anybody who would like to speak in favor or opposed to bylaw C5-23. This would be your opportunity to come forward. Calling a first. If you wish to speak, come up to the podium, up here. So what I'll ask you to do, so you'll have to push the button to speak, but for the record, what I need is your name, your first last name, and your address, and you need to say for the record if you're in favor or opposed. So you just need to push the button, make the light red. There you go. Okay. Your name?
Okay. My name is Cindy Fermanak, and my husband Fred and I reside at 157 Greenfield Way, which is in the South Fort Estates area. It's where Greenfield Way and Dillingham Avenue meet, and we've lived there for almost 10 years.
Okay, you have 5. Oh, are you in favor or opposed?
We are in favor of the amendment to remove the connection between Greenfield Way and Highway 21.
Okay, and you have 5 minutes if you wish to speak to it.
Okay, yes. Yes. In the past, residents of Greenfield Way in the South Fort Estates area have brought issues which were of concern to us to the attention of the city. The issues of concern were pedestrian safety, high volumes of traffic, not only cars, but also trucks, both construction and delivery, and the noise and traffic and speeding of vehicles. I am pleased that the city has listened to our concerns and that they have made changes to our area. The crosswalks are now more visible with signage and the raised bumps. Greenfield Way is now a no truck route, and this has helped, although I feel that signage for this should be enhanced at both ends of Greenfield, perhaps with a flashing sign, to make drivers aware of this change, as we have had still some trucks coming through, and the police have done a good job of addressing this. This has helped to reduce some of the noise and volume issues. The path behind us, which was originally a road, is now paved, and we have used it. And I notice other people are using it as well, and I feel this has been a definite plus for our area. And when we first moved there, we had 3 roads around us. So now we're down to 2. So the curbing installed at Greenfield Way in Dillingham has slowed traffic at the stop sign, although it has created some other issues with drivers driving over the curbing and also driving onto homeowners' driveway. Issues of speeding, noise, and volume of traffic still exist. It is my opinion that all of these issues are due to the poor design of the estate lots and because of all the roads that already connect to Greenfield Way. My expectation of living in an estate lot is that it would be similar to the privacy and quiet of country living, but with having amenities of the city. I feel the best solution would be to close Dillingham Avenue at South Point and complete Southridge Boulevard that runs past the Ford dealership as soon as possible so the traffic can travel that way to South Point and Sienna areas, thereby reducing traffic flow on Greenfield Way. Therefore, I feel that if the optional road connecting Greenfield Way to Highway 21 is not removed as proposed in the bylaw, this would resurface the problems that we previously had of pedestrian safety, noise, speeding, volume of traffic. And these were things that we were hoping to get corrected. So I think it would just be a step backwards if this road was connected to Highway 21. I would also like to say thank you for listening to my concerns, and I hope that the comments will be helpful when the decision is made regarding this amendment.
Okay, thank you very much for coming and speaking. Are there any questions of council to Cindy? Go ahead, Councillor Harris, clarifying question.
So, Cindy, you mentioned that you had an opportunity to walk down the new trail that's been recently completed.
Yes.
From that road at the estates.
Yes.
Down further south, down towards whatever the development is.
I think it goes kind of towards the meadows and yes.
Yeah. So you find that to be a good improvement for the kind of the pedestrian connections through that area?
For the pedestrian connection, and I know it's just nice to just be able to walk out our door and then we have a path like right there instead of the road, the busy road that was there previously.
Yeah, okay. I think it was always planned to it was closed off and then eventually the developer had to build it. So
yes,
anyway, so you're glad to see that improvement.
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
am.
Okay.
Thank you. That looks like all of the questions. Thank you. So the floor is still open if anybody wants to speak in favor or opposed to the bylaw. Please remember that we're talking about the bylaw. We're not talking specifically about the Greenfield Way concerns that happened in the past or present. Okay, so once again, same process. I'll have you state your name.
I'm Charlene Lura. I live at 156 Greenfield Way. My husband used to be an employee of this wonderful city.
Are you in favor or opposed?
I am in favor of no road going to Highway 21, absolutely. I had, when the...
And you have 5 minutes.
When the tax...
Whoops, we lost your mic.
When the tax adjusters sent out the... what our taxes was going to be, I got a hold of them and I asked the gentleman to come out, and I guess there were other people on my street that did the same. He stood on my driveway and watched the multitudes of cars go by, and he also went then and adjusted my taxes and brought my worth of my home down $32,600, which breaks my heart. I bought in an executive property as my final home. The distance between the bumps that are closer to South Fort that way and closer this way are so far apart. I get them, they scream from there to there, then they slow down and go over the bumps. I have had a motorcycle burn donuts in front of my house. My big concern there is I came from an acreage, so I was looking for a property that would be a little bit more like that. But it's not. It's like a highway. My concrete, because the big trucks can't make it around that corner. Thank you very much for the no truck routes. It's helping. And I've talked to a few of these drivers and said, do you see them? They go, no. they go by GPS, tells them it's the fastest way. Well, they still, as truck drivers, need to know that that is a no-no, and it's an expensive ticket. But the concrete on my driveway has been pushed down. I've had people turn around to the point where I've caught them, and I've said, "What are you doing?" So it is still a hard place to live. I have a beautiful home, and my husband is really good at making it beautiful.
Do you have more comments about the area structure plan?
It needs to be closed off on Dillingham so that I can live and enjoy my home. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions of Mrs. Laura? Not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Floor is still open for anybody to come and speak regarding the area structure plan. I know there's a lot of passion here, but once again, I'll have you push the button, state your name, where you live.
Okay, my name is Doug Eastman. Me and my wife live at 227 Greenfield Way. Thanks for the opportunity to comment on this.
Are you in favor or opposed? They need it for the record.
We are in favor
All
of
right.
that section being closed.
Okay.
The reason simply being we're just trying to control traffic on Greenfield Way. If that's a major route off Highway 21, it's going to be just more shortcutting through Greenfield Way. And basically, that's all we're here for, is we really like to voice that because we still have those concerns. Basically, that's it, unless somebody has questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Eastman? Not seeing any. Thank you for coming out this afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay, the floor is still open if anybody else wishes to speak in favor or opposed to the bylaw amendment. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody racing up, so I will invite Taryn and Craig back. And at this point in time, I would ask if council has any, we are still in the public hearing, if there's any further questions with regards to the public hearing. Councillor Kelly.
This is a question stemming from the comments that we just heard, gentlemen. South Ridge Boulevard, that's adjacent to the Ford dealership, is the plan is to extend that further east and I think tie in eventually as far as Allard or something like that. Is that correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, yes, it'll tie into Greenfield Link, Allard Way, 94th Street, and continue further east.
Perfect, thank you. Any estimate of when it might get as far east as, say, Allard Way? Within a year or two, not obviously to the month.
Through your worship, Councillor Kelly, I will give you an estimate and I will ask for LTE leadership team to confirm. I believe it's 2024. It would be Allard Way. It'll be constructed to Allard Way.
Through your worship, can you repeat the question, please, Councillor Kelly?
Yeah, certainly, Janelle. Several of these people spoke to the need to have another connector, and it's going to be South Fort Boulevard that runs east from 21 past the Ford dealership and on east, and we'll go to Allard and past eventually. And the question I had, Janelle, is roughly what year could these people expect to see that road completed as far east as at least Allard Way?
Through your worship, South Ridge Boulevard is the plan to be connected to 92nd Street in 2024.
92nd Street is further east than Allard, I think. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Through your worship, I believe Mr. Schaefer actually is the best person to speak to this.
Sorry about that. Your Worship, to Councillor Kelly. Southridge Boulevard will be extended to connect to 92 Street next fall. That is the road, the extension of the road south of the trail that was talked about earlier. Allard Way is further east than that, and requires the developer within that quarter section to actually move forward. So at this time, I wouldn't want to give an estimate because I don't know what the plans are for that developer.
What I would suggest is if you can go away, I know it doesn't help for today, but if you can take that as a question and provide an answer for it at some point in time. Can you can ask a subsequent question.
Would it be possible for Grant, for you to give council a rough timeline estimate of how this would build out in the future by email at a later date? Then these folks, if they wish, could contact council or yourself and be brought up to speed on what the current thinking is.
Your Worship, Councillor Kelly, we can put something together.
That would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harris, clarifying questions?
Well, to clarify for Councillor Kelly, maybe you can indicate the city has the opportunity to undertake on a special benefit assessment the creation of a major capital project, such as the construction of the extension of South Fort, whatever it's called, east to Allard Way. We could do that, but the city would then have to make that investment and then would have to recover that investment from the developer or the owners of the property over time. Is that a possibility? In other words, we would have to front end it if we felt that there was a need to do that.
Your Worship, Councillor Harris, that could be done, yes.
And that's a fairly expensive proposition depending on the context of the road, correct?
Your Worship, Councillor Harris, I wouldn't be in a position to put a number on it right now, but it would be fairly hefty, yes.
Yeah. And I'm not advocating that we do that, but I think in answer to, in response to Councillor Kelly's question, the city could have that discussion. We could sit around this table and have that conversation with advice from administration going forward. So I just wanted to make sure that we understood that. We have that opportunity if it's that important.
Okay. Long drawn out questions. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That looks like all of the questions. So thank you very much. So I am going to close the public hearing at 3:07 and we will go into business arising from the public hearing. Public hearing number 1, so 7.1 bylaw C5-23. Taryn presenting.
The recommendation is that council give second reading to bylaw C5-23.
Okay, thank you very much. What is the wish of council? Councillor Harris?
I'd be prepared to make the motion.
Go ahead.
I would move that council give second reading to bylaw C5-23, which amends South Fort Area Structure Plan, bylaw C4-19.
Thank you. I'll accept the motion. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I think we're moving in the right direction by making fine-tuning to this area structure plan in South Fort. It's obviously, as we've heard from some of the residents in the audience today, it's growing pains. It causes problems, but that's the nature of development. And so by making these amendments, I think we're setting the stage for good planning in South Fort in the years to come. So I support it on that basis.
Okay, thank you very much. The motion is now open for discussion and debate. Okay. And I'm just going to make the same comment that I did at the last meeting about the dotted line. And I know how many years ago that was that dotted line went in. And it was really about two developers who owned the land on both sides of it didn't know what they wanted at the time. So really, to me, this is just cleaning it up. And I think having the private developers, if somebody does buy the land, they can do their access agreements between the development communities. So fully supportive. Is there anything else on discussion and debate for second reading? Not seeing that. Anything on close, Councillor Harris?
No.
Thank you. Please, motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. Would you like to continue with third?
Sure. I would move the council give third reading to bylaw C5-23.
Thank you. Do you have anything further to speak in favor?
No, I think we've covered just about everything.
Thank you. It's open for discussion and debate. Not hearing any. Anything on close? You're good. Motion is now closed for third reading. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. I have been asked for a 5-minute comfort break, so I'm going to just keep it to 5 minutes at this point in time. So if everybody can be back in their seats at 3:16, that would be appreciated. 5 minutes. Laura works for Fortis. Okay, we're going to, if I can call the meeting back to order, please. Excuse me. We're going to, we have a very long agenda here this evening, or this afternoon. All right, so we're going to begin with public hearing number 2. Same thing. The process is administration will give the presentation, we'll ask questions. Following that, if anybody's left that would like to speak in favor or oppose, they may do so. Questions can be asked, and following that, administration would come forward for any further questions. Then I would close the public hearing, and we would go into business arising from the public hearing. So I'm going to open the public hearing number 2 at 3:18, and we have Taryn and Craig Thomas presenting.
Thank you, Mayor Ketcher. Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. I am Terrence Sammer, and I'm here to present Bylaw C7-23 that redistricts land along Highway 21 within the South Fort neighborhood. The land to be redistricted is in the South Fort Bend community of the South Fort neighborhood, which is located south of Highway 21 and west of South Point Commercial. Bylaw C7-23 redistricts a city-owned parcel along Highway 21 from Urban Reserve to C2 Commercial Retail and Service District. The subject area is approximately 2.72 hectares. The C2 district is intended to provide for development of high-quality commercial, such as retail stores, restaurants, and services, with a primary focus on organized growth along major roads and transportation routes. The highway land redistricting complies with the city's planning policies as outlined in the city's municipal development plan. The municipal development plan designates this area as developing neighborhood, and the municipal development plan articulates objectives for neighborhoods and sets the direction for area structure plans. An area structure plan serves as a conceptual guide for land uses. This high-level plan identifies general areas for residential, commercial, parks, and collector roads. The South Fort Area Structure Plan designates the highway lands area as commercial, which is shown in red. Commercial sites vary in size, zoning, and location, providing a variety of opportunities for uses and services. The strategic locations of commercial sites aim to provide high visibility for larger commercial uses while still providing opportunities for residents to access their daily needs. The land zoned as C2 Commercial Retail and Service District is shown in green. The parcel is located in the north portion of the South Fort Bend community in South Fort. The proposed C2 district is intended for sites along major roadways and offers good visibility and accessibility. The C2 district allows for development that is consistent and compatible with existing development along the highway corridor. At first reading of Bylaw C7-23, administration committed to providing council additional information about a telecommunication tower, utility easements, and the trail. First, the telecommunication tower adjacent to the subject site is located on privately owned land as seen in red. The site and the tower are owned by a telecommunications service provider. Access to the site is from the 88 Ave road right-of-way. Second, the subject parcel has 4 utility right-of-way agreements registered, and the different types of right-of-ways can be seen on the map. The right-of-way agreements are encumbrance to the landowner. However, the magnitude of the impact of these encumbrances on development is contingent upon the proposed use. Depending on what is proposed and where it is proposed on the subject parcel, the utility right-of-ways may not adversely impact development. And lastly, a trail exists within the 88 Ave road right-of-way. The trail segment starts near the commercial property at 84th Street and Highway 21 and terminates at the southern boundary of the subject site. The Transportation Master Plan identifies the need to extend the trail to the north end of 92nd Street and connect with the trail that is adjacent to South Point Commercial as seen in orange. The trail would be privately built on city property by a future developer at the development stage. The details of the future trail, including the location, would be finalized through the development permit process. And please note in the report that the trail is privately owned and will be maintained by the property owner. This is not the case. The trail would be built within the Highway 21 road right-of-way. Following first reading, a public hearing was advertised in the Fort Record for 2 consecutive weeks. Notices were mailed out to landowners within 100 meters of the affected areas, along with residents of South Fort Heights and South Fort Estates. Notice of the proposed bylaw was posted on the city's website and social media accounts. Administration received 2 responses from the notices of the public hearing. One response was in support, while the other was against the redistricting. And at this time, I'd like to answer any questions that council may have for administration.
Okay, thank you. So this is a public hearing, so it's clarifying questions only. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. I'd just like to follow up on the comment you made about the impact of utility rights of way to property owners. The utility right of way, as I understand it, and this is my question, seriously impacts what can be built on that property or on the right of way itself, correct? And in fact, I think there's a setback required from a right of way, is there not?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I wouldn't say so much as their setback is just you can't build within the right of way, like whatever that area would be, or width, or whatever it is.
So what type of development could go on the right of way that would not be impacted by the right of way? I can't imagine anything other than green space. So that's really my question.
Through your worship, Councillor Kelly, most, depending on what is written in the agreement, I would say most agreements would have something like you can pave over the right of way, the right of way. You can pave, like put asphalt. But as for buildings, I would say that's highly unlikely that the agreement would allow that.
So it could allow for paved surface, parking lot, or something like that.
That is correct.
And as far as you know, no setback from the right of way if you were to put a building on the property?
Through your worship, Councillor, that's correct. I'm not aware of any setbacks. Usually, it's not within whatever the width of whatever that area right of way is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I do have one question. So the person who wrote in and said they didn't support this, was the reason simply that they just don't want to see any more development?
Through your worship, that is correct. A lot of the comments we received, especially the one that was received from the public hearing, was they rather have it as green space. They're not interested in seeing any commercial units or any type of development.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and just stay there. I'm going to. Okay, that looks like. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up on your question. Good question. There is a trade-off. We can develop it or we can keep it as green space. I do see a benefit to having it as green space.
Question?
Yes, but to make sense of the question, I need to explain myself. Again, please just show a little patience. What is the value of the property to the city if we sell it? Let's make that public now, expected value.
Your worship, through to Councillor Kelly. I don't have that information with me right now. If it's districted as you are, the planning instruments that are in place identify this now as being commercial, so it is earmarked as commercial. It's not designated as anything else. So in order to comply with the area structure plan, commercial is the appropriate use for it. So that would, if we were to sell it as you are, then I don't know how that would affect the value of the property.
Okay, I've got, yeah, I see your light on. I've got Chanel and the only, yeah, so you can say what it's listed for, I guess?
Through your worship, I can look up that information and provide that to council.
Is it possible for the purpose of this public hearing to get some sort of number on the table, Janelle?
Yes, I can have it in a few minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen, question?
Yeah, just a question of wording around the trail connection. So that is a requirement as of right now. It says it's been communicated to the realtor that it is a requirement, but for the future buyer, but and then it says it can be a requirement of the development. So is that going to be the city's requirement to establish the trail connection during this or in this parcel?
Through your worship to Councillor Noy, yes, that there would be a requirement at the development stage.
Okay, and did that change the valuation of the property at all?
Through your worship, Councillor, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So that looks like all of the questions. I know Ms. Smith can look up its public information. So at this point in time, I will ask if there's anybody in the audience who wants to come and speak in favor or opposed to bylaw C7-23. I didn't see any new people come in, so I'm not expecting. Call a second time, not seeing anybody. All right. So I will come back to you for any final questions. Do we have an answer yet?
Through your worship, in the briefing note that we sent out earlier this year, we said 4.73 million was the list price or the asking price.
Okay, so I can go back to you, Councillor Kelly. Question?
Have we had any interest shown? How long is it proper? I guess the proper first question is the property actually being marketed as we speak? And if it is, how long has it been marketed? And have we had any interest shown in the property?
Through your worship, yes, the property is actively listed. It was listed in, I believe, June of this year, early summer, and we have had some interest.
Has the property right-of-way caused concern for any of those that have expressed interest?
Through your worship, yes, the right-of-ways is one of the details that is being worked out with the potential interested parties.
Work is progressing on that, just so I'm clear. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So are there any other questions? If not, I will close this public hearing at 3:29 and we'll go on to business arising from the public hearing. So go ahead.
The recommendation is that council give second reading to bylaw C7-23.
Okay, what is the wish of council? You want to put the motion up? Councillor Kelly?
Mayor Catcher, I would be prepared to make the motion.
Go ahead.
I move that council give second reading to bylaw C7-23 to amend land use bylaw C23-20 by redistricting Lot 5, Block 1, Plan 232-0401 from A, urban reserve to C2, commercial, retail, and service district.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to the motion?
I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is now open for discussion and debate. I'd just like to make a comment on this one for discussion and debate. I know a lot of our citizens would like to keep everything along the highway as green space, but they have to remember as an urban municipality, we have density targets we have to meet. The commercial areas are very valuable, and this area, once again, because it's a commercial area across from it, actually would serve it well to be a commercial area on the other side of the highway. So I absolutely support it. I think anybody who's looking at buying the land needs certainty. If you're making an offer, you need certainty that you can build or put on there that whatever you're thinking about building. So absolutely, I'll support this. Not seeing anything else on discussion and debate. Councillor Kelly on close.
Just to support your comments, Mayor Catcher, it would be nice if we could have the whole highway corridor as greenbelt, no question. There is also no doubt, though, that highway commercial frontage property is the most valuable from a commercial perspective, and it's not just a potential $4 million from the sale, but it's the ongoing annuity from the property tax stream that the city would benefit from once and if it's developed. So I think it makes sense. I think it's too expensive to leave as a green belt.
Okay, thank you. That's closed. Motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. Thank you. Would you like to continue with third?
Certainly. I move the council give third reading to bylaw C7-23 to amend land use bylaw C23-20 by redistricting Lot 5, Block 1, Plan 2320401 from UR Urban Reserve to C2 Commercial Retail and Service District.
Thank you. Do you have anything further to speak in favor?
Nothing further, thank you.
It's open for discussion and debate. Not seeing anything further. Anything on close?
Nothing, thank you.
Thank you. The motion is now closed. Please cast your vote for third reading. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. All right. Next item we have is unfinished business. Item 10.1, Indoor Recreation Facility Program, Phase 3. Brad Babiak presenting. And I'll have you do introductions.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Your Worship and Council. I'm Brad Babiak, the Director of Culture and Recreation. And joining me today is Mike Roma of RC Strategies and Edo Kachan of AC Architects. ACI Architects, my apologies. The purpose of today's report is to provide Council with information related to meeting the enhanced service levels for leisure and program aquatics of the Council-approved facility program. This report also identifies what facilities may offer the best efficiency and effectiveness for any proposed expansion at the Harbor Pool, DCC Center, or at both facilities concurrently. The facility program is intended to meet current and future indoor aquatic opportunities in this community. This is the final report for the Indoor Recreation Infrastructure Service Level Review that was approved by Council in May 2022. On behalf of administration, we appreciate Council's time, effort, and feedback on this body of work. As a reminder, the process we followed is outlined in this graphic. The review consisted of 3 pieces of work. The first body of work examined the Harbor Pool and was presented to Council on February 21st, 2023. The findings indicated that the facility can operate as is, i.e. meeting current aquatic service levels, into the future with continued maintenance and repair. The work completed outlined 3 potential scenarios with associated costs to make sure the building remains viable. This would provide current service levels based on a like-for-like facility of the same current size and capacity of Harbor Pool, but being brought up to 2023 code. This ranged from a baseline renewal cost of approximately $14.8 million to a complete replacement facility cost of approximately $20.1 million. This being without design fees and site servicing costs included. The second piece of work in the review was the development of a recommended facility program to set the baseline indoor recreation service levels. This was approved at the July 4th, 2023 Council meeting. The facility program was developed based on 7 sources of information identified in the graphic: public engagement, a document review, community profile of indoor recreation facilities, concept options, regional inventory and comparable research, trends and leading practices, and the city utilization analysis. The facility program findings recommended only the leisure and program aquatics amenities for enhancement of service levels. Arenas and fitness amenities rendered a maintained service level recommendation. The final body of work, which we're here to discuss today, is the analysis of the ability to meet the approved facilities program's enhanced aquatic service levels and what facilities, be it Harbor Pool, Dow Centennial Center, or a combination, would offer the best and most efficient and effective opportunities for any proposed expansion. Based on these enhancements, a draft master program was developed with more detail as to what what types of spaces, functionalities, and sizes would be required within the facility. Just want to note that there may still be need for adjustments of the overall square footage for certain spaces, depending on the build conditions that we encounter when we move forward, if such a project were to go forward at each site. So with that, I'll now turn things over to Mike to speak about the approved facility program and the methodology was used to develop the concept scenarios and the related costing.
Thanks, Brad. Your Worship, members of council, thanks for having us here again today. Good to see you. We're excited to be able to share with you this next phase and final phase of our work with you to help you through this important community decision. As Brad mentioned, this phase of work is based on the findings of what was presented to you the last time we were in front of you. And just to remind council, the approved facility program that we've built this next phase of work on is up on the screen there. So focuses on both leisure and program aquatics, and in essence, this is the functional requirements that we've handed off to Edo and his team at ACI to be able to come up with the concepts and the square footages and the costing that we'll go through here today. So you can see those 4 components were handed off in terms of leisure amenities, dedicated zero depth entry tank, amenities and spray features, which for the most part will get figured out should the project progress in terms of the details of what those are, but there's an allowance for them right now. Shallow depth taught and teach pool and a hot tub. And then for program aquatics, a dedicated separate 25 meter 8-lane tank. There's also some elements of the program that was included in the previous work that kind of overlapped between leisure and program aquatics. So that's the complementary dry land spaces and other standards and considerations related to accessibility and environmental sustainability, which at this point are kind of brought into play, but again, will get fleshed out more should the project progress. Just again to remind council of that work, there was a lot of pages to the document that was presented to you and a lot of content. The information that kind of focused on rationalizing, or not necessarily rationalizing, but explaining why the leisure and program aquatics elements were recommended at that point are outlined up on the screen here. So should these community needs be better met, there'd be greater capacity for swimming lessons. Having 2 separate tanks would allow for simultaneous delivery of at least 2 different types of activity, if not more, at the same time. Improvement to hosting events and competitions, enabling things like therapeutic aquatic activity to occur, which is limited now, and just improving overall accessibility for those with mobility challenges and others, including children who would benefit from easier access to water. There's also some improvement expected related to rental opportunities and the attractiveness of those opportunities, and positioning the community and aquatic services in the community for future growth should that occur. So that being said, based on that program or list of spaces with those kind of benefits or rationale in mind, we undertook looking at 3 different scenarios. So expanding the harbor pool on its existing site and I guess using as much of the existing structure as possible to meet that program. Doing so by using the harbor pool facility, primarily the same envelope that exists there, and adding aquatics amenities at the Dow Centennial Center in order to meet that program, and then finally to meet the entire program with an expansion to the Dow Centennial Center. Just before I hand it off to Edo to show you some pictures or to explain, some imagery around this, which is exciting to look at for sure, I just wanted to clarify a few things here. So the first is related to the capital cost estimation. Right now, we are suggesting that these numbers should be considered class 5. So that's plus 50 minus 30%. and based on observed unit rates in the 2023 marketplace, which Edo will start to touch upon, I think, in his presentation, some of the experiences that he and his firm have right now with these kind of projects. There's a 6% allowance on top of those capital costs for site servicing, which is an allowance right now. A lot of the detail around what that would have to be used for will be obviously figured out once an actual site is chosen, should the project move ahead. And there's a 10% allowance for fees. So that's not just fees for design, but other site testing, engineering, everything that would be included in delivering the project should it proceed. We've also provided some operational cost estimates, and right now we'd suggest that those should be considered plus or minus 40%, just like the capital costs and even the design. It's further along, obviously, than not having anything, but will definitely change as the project, or if the project progresses, so too with the operating budget and the business plan for the facility. So plus or minus 40%. The other thing to note is the estimates that you'll see in the report and the numbers that we're quoting assume at maturity operation. So when a facility like this, or pretty much any rec facility, to be honest, initially opens up, it doesn't sort of start at where it will find its kind of equilibrium in terms of operational revenues and expenses and that kind of thing. So that's typically about a 3 to 5 year buildup, which is where these numbers should be considered. So yeah, and just in terms of how that operational cost estimation was done, we do have the benefit of having the existing harbor pool right now, so cost structures in place for an aquatics facility in your community. So for a lot of the budget line items, we grossed up either revenues or expenses by square footage. There were some assumptions or some line items that we didn't think were appropriate to do so. So they're kind of listed here in terms of something like management salaries that didn't go up based on square footage. It did go up, but not to the same level. We also suggested that because you're going to be investing in new mechanical systems in the facility, regardless of where it is, there's going to be a reduction in utility costs, efficiency improvements of 15%. There was a 5% reduction in some costs considered for location at the DCC because of the fact that there is a kind of going concern operation there, but only for a few elements of the budget. And then we also included, and you'll see there's an operational cost and a total impact. In the total impact, we included a debenture payment and a life cycle reserve contribution to make sure that council is aware of the full costs of having a facility like this moving forward. So that being said, I'll hand it over to Edo to go through a few images, and I'll be back.
Thanks, Mike. Your worship, councillors and administration. I'm here to provide some feedback on the scenarios that we wanted to go through for each of the options that we provided. First one was the renovation of the harbor pool site proper. We were able to provide some program development within this site itself, which includes the renewal of the existing facility, as well as the expansion to handle some of the program spaces that were identified in the report. One of the concerns or factors in this site that would influence perhaps some risk would be the adjacency to some of the existing facilities, including the skate park, which we would need to maintain a 7-meter setback, as well as some of the congestion due to an increase in use of the facility with parking on the site proper. Like any renewal, one of the conditions that we would have is that the site would have to be closed in order for the renewal and expansion to take place. The other concerns that we find in common practice is that there are always found conditions in a renewal of an existing facility, and those found conditions would not be understood until we actually begin the process of construction. In the renovation and expansion of the harbor pool, we have allowed for the reuse of the existing basin, which is now used for lane swimming and leisure, to a only leisure basin, which would mean reducing the depth of the basin and having some significant changes to that deck. We also eliminated the hot tub in its current position. We determined after some analysis that the hot tub was past its life cycle and would need to be replaced. That area was replaced with the current tot pool that you can see in blue. And then the addition that is in blue in that area is to accommodate the program as required to meet the service delivery levels. That included an 8-lane, 25-meter basin, the slide tower, as well as a new hot tub from the relocated current hot tub. It also had some of the dry land training and multi-purpose rooms that Mike had identified. And one of the conditions by increasing the size of this pool was to reorient the lifeguard position for safety reasons to allow for guarding that would be easier to do on both new decks. So as a result, we did some minor changes to the existing change rooms in the harbor facility proper. This also includes the renewal of the harbor site, which is mostly pool or aquatics mechanical, and some of the conditions that we found as a result of our assessment.
Thanks, Edo. So for each of these scenarios, we have a summary slide here that kind of gives you the key points about each one. So the first key point is the capital cost. For renovating the harbor pool, the capital costs, including that 6% and the 10% I told you about before, plus carrying a construction contingency of 30%, the capital cost is 51.9 and change. So almost $52 million. The operational impact, which is the annual operating budget net cost to the city, is estimated right now at $3.349 million. And the overall annual cost, which is the operational impact plus the debenture servicing on $51.9 million, and a reserve contribution is roughly $7.2 million. Some of the opportunities and constraints related to scenario one are that this would lead, as with any of the options, would lead to a significant service level enhancement, which is at the core of why you're even considering this. It is still renovating or adding to and touching a 40-year-old facility, and there are constraints and risks attached to that, which there would be more design constraints as you get into further detailed design, but I already mentioned the extra construction risk that we carried in a number. There would be a service level disruption, so probably a 24 to 36 month window without having aquatic service in the community. But there'd also be enhanced accessibility and environmental sustainability elements to the building. There could be and would likely be parking limitations on site based on an initial analysis that was done by our team. So that's scenario one. I'll pass it over to Edo for scenario two.
Thanks, Mike. On scenario two, this is the hybrid, which allows for the renewal of the harbor pool facility with a minor expansion to allow and accommodate some of the program spaces not currently at harbor pool, such as some of the multi-purpose rooms. The balance of the program would be completed at the Dow. This scenario has a little bit less risk related to site development, including encroachment to the skateboard park site and other amenities, including the congestion of the site as a result of vehicular access. Regarding the Dow site, this is the balance of the program which was not allowed for at Harbor Pool. The expansion addresses an 8-lane pool, hot tub, and associated facilities. And the current location that we've identified for this site is based on some of the work that was done previously. And its connection to the building is still to be undertaken within design. We know that there's some placeholders that we can allow for and how we connect it to this facility. So I was asked to present some information relative to next steps. So in schematic design or detailed design or design development, further stakeholder engagement would be required with Dow operations to understand where these integration points could occur in the existing facility. So this is a little bit clearer view of what is provided in program. On the left is the Dow program space, and on the right is the Harbor program space. Not different to what we provided on scenario 1. The program space for Dow still requires the elimination of the hot tub and the creation of the tot pool, and it was determined during this concept development that the leisure facilities were best suited for this site, since the renewal of the main basin is a requirement because of life cycle exhaustion. There is still an expansion using the slide tower as well as some of the dry land spaces for multi-purpose and training classrooms. On the Dow site, it is basically the hot tub area and the 8-lane 25-meter tank, including change facilities and some of the back-of-house operations for aquatics. The one item of program that we were able to benefit from the Dow Center itself is the multi-purpose and other training room spaces. One item of conflict in this scenario would be the duplication of space, because the site is, or the aquatics program is split between the two buildings. Change facilities, lifeguard operations, back of house operations, and the aquatics mechanical system is duplicated as a result of the split in program.
Thanks, Edo. So I guess on the backs of some of those statements that Edo made in terms of having to build more space, the capital costs for this scenario are higher, so 63.3 million with the same methodology. Important to note here is the construction contingency risk that was carried is 30% for the harbor pool elements, but 15% for the Dow Centennial Center elements, and that same kind of approach was taken into scenario 3. The operational impact is higher as well, so almost $4.3 million, mostly justified by the fact that you are duplicating some of those operational costs by having two sites, and the overall annual cost is therefore going to be higher because, again, it includes a reserve contribution, but obviously also the debenture payment on a higher capital cost. In terms of the opportunities and constraints, again, you're going to get a service level enhancement, but you are also still dealing with the 40-year-old harbor pool, and there's some risk and constraints attached to that. There would still be a service disruption, and even though you wouldn't be without an aquatics facility throughout the whole course of construction, because you'd logically probably start at the DCC and keep harbor going, you're not achieving that enhanced level of service until all of the construction is done. So there is still, I mean, you would be able to get wet throughout that whole course of time, but there would be a point where you would only have the DCC in operation, which would just be the program tank. So you wouldn't have any of the leisure aquatics elements. Again, you'd have enhanced accessibility and environmental sustainability, but you would experience challenges, I guess, with having to staff two different locations of aquatics provision. Back over to you, Edo.
Thanks, Mike. In scenario 3, you'll notice that after this site plan, we provided an alternate site plan showing the location of the aquatics build where the new arena is shown here. In this scenario, we wanted to locate the aquatics footprint near the front, or what would be perceived to be the front of the Dow facility, because it serves directly from the parking that's in that area, and the vehicular and pedestrian traffic is a little bit well positioned than placing the aquatic center where you see on this site plan is the new arena. It's very difficult to get to. We've accommodated or allowed for, in terms of a placeholder, a breezeway which is colored in green as a placeholder, indicating that a connection between the existing facility and the new aquatics would have to be investigated and designed. Currently at Dow, there is only an internal connection that you'd be going to back of house of the arena functions to get to that area. In locating the aquatics in this position, we felt that it's a bit clumsier relative to connectivity to the front parking lots. but mostly it has to do with our experience in arena design. To expand an existing arena with a new arena, you'd really want to place it in parallel so that you can have shared change room services and shared back of house operations. Having it in the location where it's in pink, it's problematic from an operational efficiency. And we feel that you should look at it regardless of what you're doing in terms of positioning the aquatics program.
Just wanted to add in this for these concept drawings, the explanation of why the new arena is identified there. As part of the previous work on design at the Dow Centennial Center, part of the plan was to eventually twin the arena. So ADWA has worked in the arena just to show where it could fit based on the aquatics piece. It's not being proposed that a new arena is part of this phase of the work, but just to show it would still have a space at the DCC. Just wanted to clarify that point.
Thanks, Brad. Apologize for that. Based on this design, which would be on the upper side nearest the front of Dow, this is a full program build-out, which accommodates all current program needs and the additional needs as identified in this report. This is a functional and efficient build similar to what we would do in a new greenfield build addressing site access for people, vehicles, operations, and safety. This design also, or this location or scenario also addresses all new code requirements. Further, from best practices and lessons learned, there are fewer chances to run into found conditions that we would, in normal circumstances, run into on the Harbor Pool site. As Mike mentioned before, contingencies for risk on a greenfield development is much less. Based on the scenario where the aquatics takes the position to the south, it's similar in terms of program space. It's a subtle change, but in the harbor pool design, we've accommodated and allowed for these program spaces to grow based on the tight site. In these two scenarios, you see that we've aligned the aquatics and the basins according to efficiency, safety, ease of guarding, and ease of access from the change rooms. So it's a very functional and efficient design. There is, again, a placeholder for the connection to the Dow Center between the central corridor or the central hub within Dow.
Thanks, Edo. So for scenario 3, actually rendered the lowest capital cost, so just over 49 million using the same approach, but again only carrying a 15% construction contingency because it's all new construction. The operational impact is estimated at just under $3.3 million per year, and the overall annual cost is that operational impact plus debenture servicing on the 49 million and a reserve contribution. So the opportunities and constraints attached or associated with this scenario are, again, a service level enhancement. It's an all brand new facility with less design constraints and less risk. There wouldn't be a service level disruption because the harbor pool could remain in operation as construction is occurring. It would render enhanced accessibility and environmental sustainability elements, just like the other two. And it does provide some potential to repurpose Harbor Pool should that be the desire of the city moving forward and should the project move forward. So in summary, this table is meant to kind of put it all on one slide for you and actually also look at investment in Harbor Pool, like for like investment in Harbor Pool. So doing what the phase 1 report suggested to Harbor Pool to get like for like kind of longevity and modernization of Harbor Pool compared to the other 3 options. In that case, that is the only I guess option here that would render a partial service level enhancement. All 3 would render full service level enhancements. The overall project cost, as you can see, and overall operational and annual costs are what was reported on each of the slides. Of note is that the increase, even with the cheapest option, is 110% overall annual cost increase to the community. So there is a significant cost impact to either one of these scenarios. They do have some differing service level disruptions, with the exception of scenario 3. And you can see where the construction risk is noted. I mentioned that on each of the slides. And the only thing that's different really between the 3 scenarios related to accessibility and environmental impact is that the expansion at the Dow Centennial Center, the complete expansion there, so scenario 3, is actually expected to have a higher impact in terms of overall accessibility, because you don't have any of those existing building constraints that would be in play for option 1 and 2. But nonetheless, there would be a significant accessibility and environmental impact enhancement for any of the scenarios.
And just to provide some further information about what would be the potential impacts of those costs, looking at those scenarios, we developed a rough idea of what the estimated property tax impacts may be. So just for example, like for like of the harbor pool replacement, just assuming that we'd have to go, we would borrow for that, would essentially be that entire $1.5 million increase in cost, which would be about a 2.9% property tax impact. Whereas the other 2 scenarios where we're actually meeting the enhanced service level that Council approved in July, the increased cost above our current operations and harbor pool reserves would be 5.4 for the harbor pool renovation, equating to about a 10.1% property tax impact. Scenario 2 would be a 7.2% or $1 million increase over our current operations, so about a 13.4% property tax increase. And then finally, scenario 3, which would be a $5.2 million increase in terms of our operational costs, net operational costs. That would be a property tax impact of 9.6%.
This is heavy. These are heavy slides here. Appreciate that. The next one is about net present value. So something that we wanted to bring into this analysis to kind of help explain the differences between the 3 scenarios is actually a net present value analysis over the next 40 years. Part of why we thought that that might make sense is because we expected initially that investment in Harbor Pool would have a less of a longevity or less of a lifespan than investment in a brand new facility. But after we kind of dug in and Edo and his team really looked hard at this, because of the extent of the renovation that be required at the Harbor Pool, it's actually expected that it would have a similar lifespan to a new construction. So that being said, the differences in the net present value, which is in essence looking at the investment every year over the next 40 years and bringing that back to today's value of money. The only reason there are differences is because of the differences in the capital costs and in the operating costs, which were already presented. There is a little bit built in here in terms of the upfront service disruptions. And where there's a service disruption, there are no operational costs included and no debenture costs included in the calculation. But for the most part, the difference is really just based on the overall operational costs and the overall capital costs. Not sure if council's familiar with net present value analysis or not, but that was the main reason why we thought there could be a difference in lifespan. But that being said, we had to make some assumptions in terms of bringing those dollars back. So you can see the longevity, 40 years for any construction option. We've assumed a capital cost inflation of 5%. So we think that even though it's very hard to forecast anything beyond probably 6 months right now in terms of construction costs at a 5% per year, we were comfortable with that. The value of money calculation is a 3%, which is average of the last 107 years of inflation, I believe. Financing terms of 30 years and financing rate of 5.63%. And that was the rates as of August 31st of this year, which I think have changed even since then. And also a reserve allocation estimate of a pure reserve allocation estimate of 233,000, but a full reserve allocation with all of the options of around $500,000 to be able to reinvest in the facility, whatever scenario is chosen. So based on the different scenarios, based on the information that is included in the report and that was presented to you today, we would recommend that of the three scenarios, scenario 3 is probably best. And the reason being is that it entails the lowest capital cost and the lowest construction risk, has the greatest potential for operational cost efficiencies. It does render the lowest 40-year net present value, although the difference between 3 and 1 is not as significant as the difference between option 2. It doesn't entail a service level disruption, and it provides the most opportunity for enhanced accessibility. But again, not to mislead, scenario 1 and 2 also would provide opportunity for enhanced accessibility. So should the decision be made to move forward with scenario 3, these are some potential project next steps that we would propose. So share the decision made with the community, develop a funding and financing plan and secure capital project funding, including applicable government grants. Confirm a project delivery approach, which is how Edo and construction professionals and other important pieces of a delivery team would work together and initiate a schematic design, which is the next phase of design, and would be a much more detailed, obviously, phase of design. Engage with the community and potential users as well as subject matter experts to inform that detailed design. Develop a detailed operational business plan for the facility, and just like your capital cost estimation and your detailed design will render closer to as-built drawings, your operational business plan will evolve over time as well. So you won't always be faced with a plus or minus 40% on your operational costs, and you'll have a better idea of the kinds of programs and so on that would occur in the facility as design progresses. Develop and initiate a project fundraising and sponsorship strategy for the facility. And should the decision be made to repurpose or look at repurposing Harbor Pool, to develop a more thorough needs assessment and feasibility study associated with that facility.
So that concludes the summary of the report from RC Strategies and ACI Architects. So just want to bring us back to the decision before council today. This is really a decision about what concept that we potentially bring forward as part of the 2024 capital budget deliberations. So the recommendation administration has is that council refer the recommended scenario 3 expansion at the Dow Centennial Center for inclusion in the 2024 capital budget deliberations. Okay. Other options for council to consider are council could refer another scenario for inclusion in the 2024 capital budget deliberations. Council could also refer another scenario or the same scenario for inclusion in the 2024 capital budget deliberations, but to move it from 2024 in terms of funding into an out year. Council could also refer the matter back to administration for continued analysis on a particular section of work or area follow-up, and in the meantime use the current capital planning information we have in the 10-year capital plan as the basis for future recreation service planning. Council could also direct administration to remove the aquatics planning construction from the upcoming 10-year capital plan and discontinue work on the project overall. In terms of next steps with those decisions, if council chooses any of the options in the report presented, there would be a capital request of $5 million for conceptual planning and design for 2024 in the capital budget deliberations. This would, as Mike said, move it forward from a class 5 to a class 2, which would again greater refine the potential capital costs that we would face, because there would actually be more design specifics to design to understand what those costs could be, as well as further refining our operational costs as we better understand what the design implications are for staffing and other concerns. And these costs would then be used based on which scenario chosen to replace the current cost estimates that are in the June 2023 10-year capital budget. With that, we'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, so we'll do questions first. Do you need, I've been requested a break. Is it imminent or can we get through questions?
Mayor Catcher, I expect my questions alone to go for 20 minutes and half an hour.
Can we?
Either ask them now or ask them during the debate period. I don't care right now what the 5 minutes, please.
Okay, can we keep this one to 5 minutes, and then following this item, then we'll take a full 15 minutes after this one. So it's so be back in your seats. I'll give you 7 minutes. 4:20. It's
Yeah, 5 is tight.
Okay, we will resume, and this is clarifying questions at this point in time, and I know we have a tendency to provide our feedback and then ask the question kind of at the end. Try and really be respectful of the process, and note that the motion that is coming forward after is to refer this to the budget for the final discussion and decisions. Councillor Macon, you were on there first before we went to recess, so go ahead for round one.
So I'm assuming lots of questions and that we want to keep it to 2 and then hit back in the rotation. Is that accurate? Yes.
It's clear.
Two questions though?
That would be nice.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I'll start it off then. So in this section, thank you for your presentation. Lots of information. Overall annual cost estimations that you have in there, are those numbers an increase to the current budget, or does that include the money that we already spend on aquatics?
Page 3.
I don't know, I don't have it up anymore.
Through your worship, the Councillor Macon, if you're referring to, sorry, just making sure I look at the right table, the summary chart on page, the council report. Thank you. The overall annual cost to the city, which is the 4th row, that is the total cost. The increase portion is in the later part of that sentence where it says, for example, with expansion number 3, there would be a $5.2 million increase over our current operations. And so that considers our operational costs, debenture, and reserve build.
Oh, okay, so that's just in that first section. Sorry, I did not see that when I first read through it.
What are we looking at? I'm trying to find the one you're referring to, and I cannot.
It's the very first document.
Page 3.
Thank you.
And then there's a chart there. What I was looking for was the increase section of the overall cost and the increase for each section. Okay, so that was question 1. Which one should I pick? The cost benefit that you talked about, and that reaching that in 3 to 5 years and actually seeing like the level out. In this type of project, do you expect it to spike at the beginning with the new shiny pool and then level out, or do you expect to see an initial usage and then an incline in usage?
Your worship, through to the councillor, that's a good question. And I would have to say that based on observation of other projects, there isn't a standard answer that I could give you. It does depend on different factors. I'll give you one where it didn't spike, a facility that was open but didn't have a paved parking lot for 2 years until after it, still 2 years after it opened. So it didn't see that initial spike because of, a site issue. But all else held equal, the expectation would be that it would eventually build up to revenue levels that are estimated in the report.
Okay.
So years 0 to 3, we wouldn't suggest that you would hit all of those revenue targets, all else held equal.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoy. Oops, Councillor Kelly, you were on. Sorry, you were on and then you were off. Okay, so I've got Councillor Kelly and then Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'd like to talk about the present value calculations. And my first comment is, and I'm going to make a comment, thank you for putting them in. I have some questions related to them, though, just so I can understand. Discount rate used?
3.04. Sorry, your worship, through the councillor. 3.04%.
3.04 is the discount rate?
Yeah.
Inflation rate, I think you said 3%, but I want to confirm.
Yes, through your worship, but the construction cost inflation rate is 5%. So a higher construction cost inflation rate than a regular inflation.
So value of money to 3%, that's your discount rate?
Yep.
What about inflation rate for operating costs?
Same, 3.04.
Thank you. Now, you touched on the reserve allocation, and because I noticed there's a difference between page 19 of your report and a couple pages down where you indicate on one page that the reserve allocation is going to be $500,000, and then on page 22 you say $233,000. Which is it?
Okay. Your worship, through the councillor, the overall amount is approximately $500,000 for all of the options. It's just that when we did the projections, there is an element of reserve budgeting that's already hidden in the operational budget line items that we use for those projections. So I wouldn't say it's an accounting thing, but the overall amount of reserve allocation is approximately $500,000 per year in any of the scenarios.
Okay, thank you. On that line, if I may, I'll just continue with one more question. So on each of the scenarios, and they cost roughly the same, so I won't quibble over small amounts for the reserve allocation. But in your report from July, presented to this council, page 124 of that report has the following quote. Canadian Infrastructure Report Card recommends annual reinvestment of 1.7 to 2.5% of facility value. So it's annual reinvestment of 1.7 to 2.5. And your present value calculation is approximately 1%?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly. Yes, and I'll just make a clarifying comment around that. That was a recommendation from that report, but the city, the report, the number you're referencing was Canadian infrastructure recommendation. The city has a different policy and plan. Our reserve is for the equipment within the facility, and our operations accounts for some of the facility envelope. So we don't essentially follow that recommendation with how the city currently handles its reserves and operations.
Yeah, okay, I'll come back to that. Thank you. Put me on the list again, please.
Yeah, I'm going to just keep a running list. Councillor Abatoye, you're next.
Thank you for your presentation, gentlemen. My first question is just back on scenario 3. Assuming we went with scenario 3, your recommendation is that the harbor pool will be repurposed, right? And so there's definitely going to be a cost for that, whether it's demolition or whatever it is. So do you agree with me that the $49 million is not the actual total cost for building a new pool?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, yes, there is, well, there's potential different options with Harbor Pool, and the report does outline 2 of them, that either it could be repurposed or it could be demolished. Mm-hmm. The demolition costs and completely addressing that site would be $500,000, so that would be an additional cost. But if it was to be repurposed, it could be as much to $2 to $3 million. Those, I guess I would frame it this way, while those are related to the pool, they're not relative to the specific cost of a new pool budget ask. We would have to bring that forward later on once we determine what we would do with that.
Well, I won't say they're completely mutually exclusive, because if we're going to go ahead with building a pool, then we have to do something with the existing one. So they're not completely separate. But my second question is, $49 million, what's the breakdown in terms of debenture and reserves? Do you have a breakdown for what that looks like?
It's on the last page.
On page 22, I believe, of the report, the debenture is for scenario 3 is $3.4 million, and the life cycle is approximately 233,000 for using our city policies for reserves.
So that's just for the $5 million you're requesting for 2024 budgets.
No, sorry, just through your worship to Councilor Laboratory, the $5 million request would just be design money. So it would just cover the cost of doing the new work, like moving the design forward to a level where we could actually confirm costing at a much more accurate rate, much like we did with the JRC, where we brought forward, or Grant brought forward the design ask and then came back for the capital ask.
Right. No, I understand that, but my question though was, were you going to answer?
Just a second. Yeah, I was going to go to him. Mike?
Okay, sure.
Yeah, your worship, through the councillor. The debenture number that's on page 22 is for the full amount, which would include the construction costs and the design costs. In order to simplify this as much as possible, the debenture calculation includes the entire capital cost, although there would be, like, should you move forward, you wouldn't need the full amount next year.
At
right?
once,
So,
yeah.
so it would build up to that.
So
It
all
would
of it
build
is
up to this.
debenture cost then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's based on those terms, 30 years, 5.63%. But again, I would suggest that those are for the purposes of this analysis.
Mhm.
Definitely the rate could be different
Yeah.
if you were to go forward with it. And then we haven't really worked in any grants or any things to offset the cost.
Right.
So I'd say it's like a worst case scenario based on the 2023 estimate.
All right, thanks.
And through your worship, the council laboratory, I would just say, yeah, part of, once a decision, or if a decision is made on a concept to move forward, additional work would be done in advance of the capital budget to further refine what that would look like in terms of when would we borrow potentially, obviously having to look at now again the interest rates because they continue to vary, and then if there might be different borrowing options for maybe the design versus the actual total capital cost. As Mike said, this was kind of to give us a rough estimate of what the overall number would be, but additional work would take place before the October 16th meeting, sorry.
Okay, I'm next in the speaking order, so thank you, and I understand the motion is just to refer it to the inclusion of the capital budget. So my question that I have, so failure to put something into the capital budget, what kind of longevity is actually on Harbor Pool at this point in time? So question one, so how long does it take to build something new, and how much life cycle do we have in the old? Because if you don't do anything and this one fails, then what happens? Like it's kind of a chicken and an egg.
I'll start off and then defer to you. To your worship, sorry. That was part of the work of the first report. I think approximately 5 million, and I hate to say in change in hundreds of thousands, but not having it in front of me, was identified for work at the Harbor Pool over the next 5 to 10 years. So there is a rough costing of what that looks like. Of course, that assumes no worst case scenarios and that our reserve continues to meet replacement of all the materials. So that's kind of the high level. But Edo, did you want to add anything else for the timing and everything?
Sure, through your worship to yourself, Brad is accurate. There is a 1 to 5, 5 to 10, and 10 and beyond that we've done through the assessment. Like any existing condition that has most of its life cycle completed, there is a potential, even though the word is strong, for catastrophic failure. That would be your mechanical system for the building as well as your aquatic system. And we did, while we were on site, complete a sounding test of the tiles. That would be a test that is common in practice to understand if the tiles that are currently on the deck of the pool are delaminating, and we found that there was a significant number of tiles that were delaminating, especially in the area of the hot tub. So I would submit that that would be most prudent to do something sooner rather than later. But you probably have a 1 to 5 and then an extended 5-year window that you would have to do some of that investment. Like Brad said, I think it's around $6 million.
Okay, so my next question is to Mr. Fleming. I'll wait for him. So, Mr. Fleming, a number of years ago, we started putting some funding aside in our operational budget to plan for a future project and we put X amount of percent, does any of that offset the cost of this new infrastructure should we go forward?
Through your worship, if we do decide to use that, at the time, the intent of the fund was the future facility operating fund. I think at the moment its annual amount is around $1 million. The amount that went in the reserve was used for the JRC, so there's nothing in the actual reserve itself, but the annual ongoing amount is $1 million, and it could be potentially applied to this project.
Okay, but just confirm that was the intent.
Your worship, that was the original intent of the fund, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Abatoye.
Me.
I mean, geez, Blizzard. Sorry, I'm looking. Councillor Blizzard.
Is there ever, I'm kind of going with what the mayor has said. So is there ever a point where maybe safety-wise, the government could shut us down or we would shut down the current pool? Like, does it get, we're 40 years old, we've been, I don't know if limping's the right word, but going along with it, just fixing it up, you know, as needed. But is there ever a point where we're like, it's not safe to operate? And
through your worship, the Council Blizzard, I think we'd be aware, like, I think that becomes a point that, yeah, if there's certain failures and the equipment doesn't work, we would obviously not be able to run safely. But I think, again, part of the work we did, Edo's team and Mike did early on is if we did have some substantial issue modernization, we could, it would just basically essentially be a service disruption until we replaced everything.
Okay.
And so, but at that point, we may have to meet a higher Alberta Health Services standard because we're kind of grandfathered in with some of our systems. And so that was approximately, I think, $3.5 million just to look at some of those upgrades from an Alberta Health Services perspective in terms of not any other enhancements or anything else, but to just simply address the current standards for pool operations, which are legislated through Alberta Health Services. So there is a point where the government could shut us down, but we could obviously, if we chose to invest, reopen, but there would be a substantial cost to that.
And we have put money into the harbor pool over the last few years as far as universal change rooms. I don't know all the changes. I actually haven't been there myself in a while. But is that now, you know, should we do something there? Should we build? Is that like money that was just thrown out? Or is there any of that that actually is beneficial going forward?
Yeah, through your worship, the Council Blizzard, I think that is one of the strong cases to look at the potential for repurposing the facility is that investment in those types of things. And I do recall council in other discussions talking about if there might be a desire to spread out our recreation amenities throughout the city rather than concentrate them. So there may be some of those opportunities to look at what that space could be. In the report, Mike has identified some communities have transitioned the pool to like a gymnasium. Others, not necessarily relevant to us, but have changed it to a gymnastic center. Or you could look at it turning it into a community kind of hub or community support space. So there are a couple different things, but as Councillor Abatoye mentioned, there is a cost associated with those. But with that, we'd also have to look at, see what would the operating model be. If there is another group that came in and then leased us the space, it would obviously wouldn't be as necessarily expensive. But at this point, we just don't have enough information to kind of understand what those cost implications will be completely. But that would be the next phase of work that we'd look at once we kind of identify if this is the concept we go for. Okay. And we'd have time during the design phase to kind of continue that so that we could bring that forward to identify what opportunity that would be and if it would make sense financially versus just demolishing the building. Although we unfortunately would lose, like you said, the locker room spaces and some of the other investments.
One more. Go around or... I just have one more. So if we do approve one of these scenarios, and we're gonna get a cost back. We're not approving the $5 million, right? That's just coming back for the 2024. So is the cost though of doing the work to bring it back already included in our current budget, or is there a cost to approving one of these today?
Through your worship, the Council Blizzard. No, there's no additional cost. Like the work that would be done to further refine this for the capital deliberations would be done by administration. And that would kind of be some of that further costing on potential property tax increases, how the borrowing would go, some of those other pieces. So there's no additional ask at this point. It would be part of the discussion.
We say yes today, that we can still say no in the fall, but it's looking closer at one of them. Okay, thank you.
Yes, and this is just a referral motion to bring a scenario to the 2024 capital budget for discussion. Councillor Nguyen, you're next.
Yeah, just a question about grants that are available for this type of project. What percentage would be looking at covering from the grants that are available to offset the cost of a capital project like this? And you gentlemen probably more familiar, just what has successfully been received by municipalities to complete this work in the last few years, to give us an idea of maybe what that will look like.
Your worship, through the councillor, good question. I would say that a rule of thumb that we use at this stage of a project is typically no more than 15% of overall capital costs from government grants and fundraising and sponsorship and that kind of thing. Always good to be, like, we didn't include any of it in these numbers. Always good to be a little bit cautious at this stage and be pleasantly surprised afterwards. That being said, I do know that the city has had success with fundraising campaigns for some of your recreation amenities. Believe it or not, I actually was part of the DCC original fundraising campaign. It was right when I first started my career, and it actually amounted to a substantial percentage of the overall cost. However, the overall cost has increased for these kinds of projects dramatically, and I would say that the fundraising element or the donations and so on haven't increased exponentially like the capital cost. So sorry for the long-winded answer, but no more than 15% is typical rule of thumb that we would have at this stage.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that answer.
Through your worship, Councillor Nguyen, I just add one additional factor or comment. There's not a lot of Government of Alberta or Canadian infrastructure grants that there's limited funding left in a lot of the funds that are open up to municipalities, but the Government of Alberta has given the mandate to the Tourism Sport Minister to develop an infrastructure program. It's $80 million over 4 years, approximately $20 million a year, but they haven't defined what the eligibility criteria is, so it's not clear if municipalities will be eligible. But at that level of funding, that would be a rather small component, even if we were to be eligible, because that's to serve the whole province. So we wouldn't expect big dollars unless it was through the Government of Alberta's capital planning process with like kind of a direct ask. Okay, that's a perfect answer, and that's kind of more what I was looking for. More aware of like community fundraising that can be done. As a second question, and as just a clarification on the mayor's question. So, as the facility operating reserves. So right now that has been allocated to the JRC build completely. So we're looking at like $1 million in this is what the balance would be right now for this upcoming year.
Through your worship, I think what we had done as a funding strategy for the JRC is we committed that the balance of what was in that reserve and the funding that was going into that reserve, I think it's committed for the next couple of years. So that fund wouldn't be available for a couple of years.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Gentlemen, the city has a population of about 28,000 right now. If you were to look into the future, and we're estimating growth factors under the MRB growth scenarios and that sort of stuff, when would you anticipate, or what population would we estimate that we would require a second aquatic facility, a pool? From your experience working with other communities, they're probably growing similarly but bigger. When would you anticipate we'd need a second pool?
Sorry, Your Worship, through the councillor. That's a good question. It's unfortunate that we don't have, maybe legislated or even standard guidelines that would help us with a question like that. The reason why it's a tough question to answer right now, like it'd be easy to look at pools or communities of 60,000 people and say they have one pool per 30 or whatnot, but the dial on the construction costs and the affordability and the feasibility aspect of these kind of facilities seems to be changing dramatically every year. So an answer to that question based on just looking around at other communities would be based on different market conditions for those communities to have made those decisions, i.e. like the DCC in its own right was, I think, 21 million, I believe it was back then, but it would cost dramatically more, or 24, sorry. But it would cost dramatically more if you were to build it today. So some of those decisions that were made by communities back then were made with different financial repercussions. So I don't know if I would want to make a declaration on that, to be honest, even based on I'm probably the right person or we're the right firm to make a declaration like that, but it is because of the changing capital costs. That being said, there are communities out there that are 60,000 people that do have two pools. There's not a lot out there that are 40 or 50,000 that have two pools.
Yeah, I was just looking for kind of the threshold from your experience where if we kept Harbor Pool moving, the way it is, when we would likely need one just by virtue of demand in the community for recreation, facilities and programs. But I realize it's a loaded question. I was just looking at it just from my own personal information going forward. So thanks. That's about as well as you could answer it.
Okay, so I'm going to go to the top of the lineup. So Councillor Macon, you were first.
Thank you. Okay. My next question, and I don't know if this is Brad or Mr. Fleming maybe, I'm just curious how much the city gets per year from the tax levy associated with the DCC debt that's coming up to being finished.
Yeah, through Your Worship, I believe the amount generated per year was around 1.2 million in annual revenue.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And the next one I'll ask on this round is, in our 10-year capital plan, we do have a placeholder for 4 million for the planning work. It says debt grant, and you talked about that there isn't a lot of options, and perhaps there's one coming up. Was the idea there debt and MSI funding, or just debt and looking what we might possibly have out there?
Through Your Worship, I think the financial plan that we have within the 10-year capital plan at the moment would be that it's pretty well all debenture funded unless we can find other sources like grants or...
Okay, so there was no plan to use MSI there? No, okay.
I don't believe that's...
I see a head shake behind you.
Yeah, I don't believe that was within the plan.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly, you were next. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to come back to the present value stuff for just a second, please. And let's just focus on the present value calculation for the third option. We don't need to talk about all of them. For that particular one, over the 40 years, what were the total net cash outflows, not discounted, total net cash outflows for the 40-year period?
Your Worship, through to the councillor, I can't remember those off the top of my head, and I didn't bring my spreadsheet, but I would comment that they are alarming because of the way that you
I understand that. That's why I asked.
Yeah, they're very...
Do you have access to your spreadsheet on your computer?
We can bring that information back to council.
Can you give me an estimate of the value? If I said 350 million, would I be out by more than 100 million?
The annual outflows?
No, the total of the 40 years worth of the outflows.
I can't comment on that right now. Sorry. through your worship.
All right. Let's talk about your first slide during your presentation caught my eye. I wonder if you could pop back to that for a second, please. No, sorry, not that one. The one that talked about council approved service levels. So obviously not the first slide. It was. There it is, a council approved facility program. Mr. Fleming, I look back at July. In fact, I took a few hours and refreshed my memory on the last year of this. I can find nowhere, or I recall nowhere where council approved a dedicated zero depth entry leisure tank for a new swimming pool. I understand that we're planning for it. Please tell me where council approved this service level.
Through your worship, I'll have to go back to see what we did. It was in July when we were, I'll have to go back and I can try to pull that up here and see what the wording was when council approved.
Please? Because I looked just within the last 48 hours and I couldn't find a reference to these things.
To all of them or just that one line?
No, to all of them.
Okay. You'll have to give me a moment to go and look.
Please do. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go to council.
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Kelly. These amenities were in each section of the facility report and laid out what the recommended program was versus what our current was, and then our gaps. And then the request of the decision on July 4th was to approve the recommended facility programs, which identified these as the enhancements. And I guess I would clarify is these were the enhancements for our facility planning piece, not for our current service levels, because we currently don't have the facilities to deliver this. So this was basically approval for what our planning was to develop the concepts.
I need to respond to that, Mayor Katcher. Thank you. And it's perhaps that I simply missed all of that. I do not recall any of that discussion and that approval process. I recall the discussion about facility levels. I honestly thought a facility level was a new pool, and we would talk about it. I didn't realize council approved that stuff in advance.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye, you're next.
Thank you. My question is on the estimated increase to property tax revenue, and maybe this is a question for Mr. Fleming. Is the intention to kind of smooth this over time, or is it supposed to be like a bam, this is your property tax increase? Because I'm going with the scenario 3, which is your recommendation to council today. It says the estimated increase to property tax revenue is 9.6%.
Yeah, through your worship, they wouldn't happen all in 1 year. It sort of depends on when you draw your debenture payments, which if you assume a timeline is where the design process could take around 2 years and the construction process could take around 3 years, and you would sort of be drawing debenture payments throughout that process, so they would come on over the course of around 5 years. Probably more, well, by the time you're getting near the end, you would have pretty well drawn everything, so maybe more like over 3.5 or 4 years.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm next in the speaking order, and we're going to keep going down that road. So if we're anticipating this gets approved and we do the debenture payments, so I have to go back first to the JRC. We're not debenturing anything for the JRC, correct?
Your worship, that's correct.
Okay. I'll save my comment for later on that one. So then there is no anticipation, so we've got $1 million of future funding. Council could decide to use MSI if they want it. I mean, at the end of the day, do we not expect that there's going to be additional property taxes that'll be coming in, especially if we're talking 2 to 5 years? Like, I mean, when we talk the financial side of this, I'm probably not going with you. I'm going to go to Mr. Fleming. So they say the cost of this will be this, but we're not anticipating that there won't be any revenues to offset that through property taxes, whether it's industrial, commercial, residential.
Yeah, through your worship, I think the way we've put it here is to reflect what call it the immediate property tax increase would be on the population. As the tax base grows over time, some of the costs that are sort of more fixed in nature, like the debenture costs, could potentially get spread out over a larger tax base, greater population, more non-residential properties. So some of the 10.9%, it's fixed in nature and it gets shared out over the population. The other aspect of, we haven't talked about this, there's a lot of threads you have to pull on, but there is the opportunity to look at levy funding as another funding source. And so when you talk about the population growth and a funding source, that's also an option.
Okay, I'll save my comments. Councillor Blizzard, anything further? No, you're good. Councillor Nguyen, anything further? I'm just going through the list. Councillor Harris, anything further? Okay. Councillor Macon, anything further? Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. How would administration expect to bring this back to us? And I'm just wondering if we can expect, or if you've given consideration that the debenture costs would come back as a fixed levy like the DCC, and then the operational costs would go into like our general operating revenue. I mean, they're both tax increases, but then one has a finite end date. And I liked the way that the DAO was set up that way to kind of differentiate the two costs. And I'm just wondering if that might be how you expect to bring back this.
Through your worship, it's certainly something we can consider. That's probably more of a I mean, in the end, it's all property taxes, right? So if we do want to communicate this project separately, as was done with the DCC, I don't really think of it as a levy per se. I mean, it's all just terminology in the end. Really, we're just talking about property taxes, some of which you can separate out into a separate line on the statements. So it's certainly something we can consider, but that's probably more like further down the road. We haven't looked at that in detail yet.
Okay, thank you. And then for scenario 3, in this scenario, we talk about we're building for growth. So I'm wondering if you could talk about what the current harbor pool was built for, and what is the population growth that we're building this new facility for?
Maybe I'll start with, through your worship to Councillor Macon, I'll start with my understanding of what Harbor Pool was built for. And that was, it was designed to be a leisure pool. It was intended to be a wave pool during the design phase. So it really focused on the leisure component of the facility program that we've been talking about recently. It was not necessarily intended as that program pool. So the teaching type pool, and that's where you see some of the difference, where you have the zero entry, you have the high walls to account for the waves. And so it was very much set up that way. So that would be the biggest difference from what we're talking about now, is we're trying to build a pool or aquatic space that covers the entire program from the design perspective of both leisure and programs, instead of just a basin. We're trying to be very purposeful about what that is. And part of that, like Mike's addressed, going forward, is to create a space where we can actually run program and leisure concurrently. Because right now it's kind of, harbor pool is either like your free swims or whatever else, or you might be able to have 1 or 2 lanes for swimming, or it's program. And if you're doing program, you're typically not having any leisure opportunities in it during that time. So that would be one of the things I think looking forward, we'd have more flexibility within the pool to address and create those opportunities for both. And it would also be able to then have those opportunities open almost from a leisure perspective all day, or as long as it's open, as opposed to a couple of hours that we schedule it into. And then of course the additional square footage would just allow for more capacity. And Mike, I don't know if you want to speak to that from some of the work in the last report.
Yeah, and just to clarify, like I'm looking for more along the lines of if we build this pool in 5 years from now, we're not running into it's not meeting the needs because it's not big enough again. So when you talk about in this report building for growth of our community, we're actually building a pool that we're expecting will actually meet the needs for a long time.
Your worship, through the councillor, when it comes with any rec facility, and I say even more so with an aquatics facility, the adage build it and they will come, or build it for long-term growth, is actually not something that we would recommend, because it costs a lot for that kind of space, as you've heard today a number of times. So it's not as if a program like this that we would recommend, a program like this, or a project that is meant to service 45,000 people. That being said, there isn't like so in our phase 2 report, we included as close as we could to a scientific calculation on supply and demand, which is, I can't say it's an industry standard because we're the only ones who've tried to do it, but we did it in this case and suggested that you do have excess demand in the community right now that would be met with this program. I wouldn't say that we would guarantee that you won't experience capacity issues even in 5 or 10 years if the pool is as successful as we think these amenities would be at getting increased participation. So it may not alleviate the headache for the long term, but it alleviate the headache, if you want to call it that we identified in our phase 2 research in today's current state.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, going through the list, Councillor Kelly, further questions?
Yeah, I'll let you know when I'm done, Mayor Catcher. Thank you. I know I probably bore most people here, but I want to get back to the present value thing one more time. And you made an accurate comment again in your presentation where you indicated that you weren't sure how many people actually understood the calculation. So I'm going to give you my explanation and you can confirm whether or not I'm on point. Would you do that, please? Okay. All of us are familiar with buying a house and taking out our mortgage. Most of all of us have lived through that. And the mortgage is $400,000. And before we sign on a dotted line, we realize we're repaying $650,000. The 400 is the present value calculation of all of those monthly payments that total the 650. Is that accurate?
Through your worship, in addition to the interest. Right?
Well, the interest is built into the payments. Yeah. That's the discount rate.
Correct.
So it's an accurate statement, correct?
Correct.
So, okay, thank you. That's an important distinction. I think we'll come back to that later. My next line of questions, and this is something that's concerned me throughout this process. In your report to this council from July, again of this year, on page 135 of that report, if you can access it, there was something that I refer to as essentially a heat map, looking at the areas of Fort Saskatchewan and indicating where there's a need for recreational facilities. The Dow site wasn't shaded as in any need whatsoever. So what is the benefit? What are the benefits of putting this pool at the Dow? And what are the benefits, or what could be the benefits? And this is really my question of locating this pool elsewhere in the community to stimulate and help that part of the community? Did we look at that at all as administration?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, the original process that we approved back in May listed 3 options. That was the Dow, Harbor Pool expansion, or a combination of the 2. That was the only direction that was approved at that point. So no, we have not looked to other areas of the city.
And thank you, Brad. I got to learn to respond quicker when this stuff comes in front of us and stress the need to expand the scope. But you didn't look at it, even though the heat map indicated that other parts of Fort Saskatchewan were in need of facilities. We didn't ever discuss that. Administration didn't discuss it even before or during the presentation and drafting of that report.
Your worship, through to the councillors. So I don't have it in front of me, but I do remember the maps, and what we called it was a recreation suitability modeling, which looks at different facets of the population that can benefit most from having access to recreation, and then figuring out where the concentrations of those populations are throughout the community. It's a very good question, and we deal with it all the time in terms of citing facilities and where best to site facilities. As Brad mentioned, it wasn't part of the scope of our work. All I would say related to that heat map or the intent of it was, I don't think it could be conclusive in terms of the siting for any new facility. It was more just a critical look at where different populations live in the community. And the reason why it's not the only consideration is the demographic makeup, if you want to call it that, of different areas in a community can change over time, and they're not the only reason why you'd select a site for a facility. There are other things, especially for facilities like an aquatics center, that I would say is a city-wide type amenity, not one that people would expect in their backyard in a community the size of Fort Saskatchewan, even in a community the size of Edmonton or Calgary. So it's not the only consideration, but you're right, that map was in there, and it did suggest that populations that could benefit most from having access to recreation in general are not all around BCC. There are other parts of the community that could benefit as well.
And I think that was the only point. Thank you. And I guess this is going to Mr. Fleming. Just on this particular subject, it's became apparent over the last couple of years that other amenities within the original or the older parts of Fort Saskatchewan, such as schools, could be leaving in the near to mid future. Is that an accurate statement?
Through your worship, yes, we've been having conversations with the school boards over their desire to want to relocate some of the schools from the downtown.
Okay, now I'll pass Mayor Katcher with one more question just on this particular topic, if I may. So back to the reports, and it's been a consistent theme, at least as I can determine, that the preferred location is the Dow. And it talks, and the reports reference obliquely benefits. When I search for the benefits, I don't find them, except in this report where 5% of some office supply costs are reduced and some minor reduction for front-end staff at the building. So what are the financial benefits of having this facility at the Dow?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, if it's just specific to the Dow, I'd say, well, one, in terms of staffing, I think one of the things we'd see is if it was the expansion of the Harbor Pool or the Dow, it's just having the less staffing rather than operating 2 facilities. Obviously, we would have less reserve contributions from having to have 2 sets of equipment in 2 separate spaces. So if we were to continue to do everything at the Harbor Pool and continue to do something at the Dow, we have a redundancy there that Mike mentioned earlier, of about basically running 2 facilities at the same time as opposed to integrating them into one system. is
I'm
part of
sorry,
it.
Brad, you lost me. If the pool is at the Dow, we're still running one facility, the entire building now, with a NOAA pool attached to it. So the two facilities you're referring to, are you making a comparison? Or?
Sorry, yes, I am making a comparison, through your worship, Councilor Kelly. Yeah, I'm making a comparison of the advantage of the Dow over operating two facilities. That savings could potentially still be realized at the harbor pool if it was to be expanded. So that's one. The other is we would be looking at some of our staffing and some of our operations in terms of how we run things, with having everything including additional staff at the DCC as opposed to the harbor pool. So currently, right now, the harbor pool runs as its own facility, and there's no other staff that interplay with it except from the facilities fleet and enhancement side. So we can't look at efficiencies around our customer service representatives, like servicing the pool and the rest of the Dow, although that would be in design if we had one or two spaces. There's the meeting rooms and those other types of things about if we expanded those, there'd be additional, or our current staff at the Dow might be able to support those in terms of cleaning and other things, where at another location we might have to add additional staff to cover that. So they're not huge. I think that's part of what we saw in both the operational costs, is they're not dramatic savings between the two.
Okay.
It is partially those small savings that add up over time, because even the capital costs weren't dramatically different between the harbor pool expansion and the DCC.
Mr. Fleming, did you have a comment? Your light was on.
Yeah, through your worship, there's probably some history to this too that predates Mr. Babiak, but and I would agree this statement that he made. There is some operational efficiencies of having it attached to an existing building, but they're probably not what I would classify as significant. I think a lot of the reason why the Dow has been talked about for over a decade as being a possibility for this amenity has a lot to do with the user experience and just the desire from what we had heard from the general public through the years, through different surveys and whatnot, that they would like the facility to be more probably multi-use, maybe be more of what some people had wanted it to be when it was originally constructed. So I think the user experience might be driving this as much or more than the financial savings or efficiencies.
Thank you. Come back to me, please, Mayor Katcher.
Okay. Just going to go through my list. Councillor Abatoye, did you have anything further? You're good. Okay. I'm good. Councillor Blizzard.
Thought I was done, and then I had a thought. So if I go to Millennium Place, I believe we just pay one admission, and I can swim or skate or whatever there would go to the gym. Is that, I'm not even 100% sure. Mr. Fleming, do you go there?
Through your worship, that's correct.
So if we move everything to the DCC, are we maybe, like right now, if someone wants to go use the gym and also wants to sign up for the pool, they actually pay a different rate, right? There's an option to pay a little higher and get to use the pool. Are we going to actually go down in revenue? We're counting on more people going, but you know that the potential is there's not as much increase because they're going to actually pay a little less.
Through your worship, Council Blizzard, yeah, if that would be the decision to provide, so that would be a costing conversation around our fees and charges and what we'd want to do, and we haven't done that level of work until we understand what our option is and going forward in terms of a facility, if it's going to continue to be 2 or 1. But I mean, that's absolutely something we'd have to look at based on the fees and charges and what kind of cost recovery we want to do.
Okay, thank you. That was it.
Thank you. Councillor Noyen, anything else? Okay, I'm just going through the list. Councillor Harris, you're good. Councillor Macon. Sorry, just a second. Go
I
ahead.
have 2 more. Okay. One of the big things we hear is about swimming lessons. So I'm hoping that you can explain how the new pool specifically deals with the capacity issue that we have with swimming lessons.
Through your worship, the Councillor Macon. Yes, this was, I was trying to allude to this earlier about having a purposely built program space that would be designed for actually holding lessons. Because currently, and this has been something reported to the various councils over the year, because of that wave design, there are parts of the pool we just simply can't do lessons in safely. I'm almost 6 feet tall. I cannot reach the top of the wave pool. So if imagine a smaller child trying to swim and have no chance of reaching the pool ledge to be safe if something happened. That's one of the implications of our current pool design. If you have a flat space where any edge can be grabbed, it increases your capacity within that space. I think Mike alluded to it in our previous report as from a volume of water perspective, we're under capacity, but that's because we can't actually use all the water in the pool because of that design. So the purpose-built and program-built space will alleviate a lot of that. But I would just say this, tying to Mike's comment, it doesn't guarantee us to be future-proofed because I think we would be in a similar situation to what we also see in our arenas. There are very specific times at which people want to use our facilities. And if we built to that, we would substantially overbuild to meet that. What we're trying to do, I think, is find the balance of addressing those needs as best as we can, but also making sure the facility gets utilized the rest of the time too. So it's responsible use of the dollars for operations. So I'm not sure if that completely answers the question.
No, that was good. Yeah, thanks, Brad, for that. And then this is, this is down into the design phase, but I just have to ask because I can't see the diagram very well and the tiny little writing on it. But in the diagrams, it says universal change room in a really big space, but I don't actually see it broken down into 3 types of change rooms. So I'm just curious about that.
Through your worship, Councilor Green. Yeah, we've had these discussions. I think this is what we're seeing is at this level of concept design that hasn't been fleshed out yet. That would be the next step. I think through the draft master program we talked about, Edo's identified what the amount of space is for that, but not necessarily how it's laid out.
Okay, so the idea isn't that we're going to a only universal change room, that there'll be different types of change rooms.
That would be the next discussion and the next phase of design.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm done.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to Councillor Kelly, and then I just saw Councillor Noyan, you put yours on. Because after this, it's going to be, if you want to interrupt Councillor Kelly, then buzz in, because I'm not going to go through the list again.
But who is first?
You're first, and then I'll go to Councillor Noyan.
Thank you. Gentlemen, if you would, I had questions on the information on page 22 of the report itself. It's the operating budget forecast. And perhaps Mr. Dance would like to weigh in here a little bit. Was our new policy, user fee policy, at all considered when we talked about potential user fees for any new facility and the budgeting for that new facility?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, no. As of right now, Rec and Culture has not developed the new fees and charges policy. We will be doing that for the 2025 budget. That was approved when Mr. Dance brought it forward. So that we haven't essentially determined that yet to include it.
What caught my eye is the operating cost recovery at a brand new facility with a mortgage value of at least $211 million to the community, generating an operating cost recovery of 27%, which is no better than what we're getting now at Harbor Pool.
Is that a question?
Yeah, it's an observation. Any comments? Like, I would have thought with a brand new shiny facility, for instance, that we'd have the opportunity to charge more because we're offering increased service level.
Go ahead, Mike.
Your worship, through to the councillor. Fair comment for sure. And at this stage, I would say that we've estimated revenues using the same kind of assumptions or structures that you have in place right now, which theoretically, if you were to change those user fees, then the operational picture could get better, I guess, than is shown here. So we haven't been overly aggressive with changing user fee structures related to this projection. But I would remind council that we did say, and I know it's not awesome having plus or minuses at this stage, but it's inevitable that we did suggest a plus or minus 40% on this estimate. So as some of those next steps that we talked about, developing a more detailed business plan, occur, if it moves forward, I think those questions would be answered for you prior to opening, but very hard for us to answer at this stage to add that extra speculation in.
And when would we expect the next level of business plan to be before council? I wasn't anticipating one.
Sorry, through your worship, that was just outlined as a next step associated with like detailed design, just as the project progresses, not
But to be clear, we're not expecting one as we sit here now.
not imminently, no.
Why would you hint that we would get one?
Your worship, I was just trying to say that it would happen throughout the course of project planning if it moves forward.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to go to Councillor
Yeah,
Nguyen.
please.
Go ahead, Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thanks. Follow-up question to Councillor Macon, and I guess this topic that we're preaching right now. To what level would council be involved in more detailed planning of the design of a building should in the future we go ahead with this? Because I do see some different things on the sketches. Obviously, there was discussion around what should be included and not included in the sketches that we're seeing before us. But at a council level, how involved are we in the process? Anyone? Nobody? We'll see when we get to it, I guess is the answer, or it could be.
Through your worship to Councilor Nguyen, yeah, I think that would be something that would come up at the next round of conversations if this was to move ahead. But yeah, I think it would be something that my colleague who would be leading the project would be interested in knowing what level of engagement you'd like, so you could consider that in the planning.
Fair enough, and that's good to know. Yeah, one question as well, and just thinking about the rental of these type of facilities, and obviously something more suitable for swim teams or something like that would attract more rental. We don't have a year-round swim team in Fort Saskatchewan, but have you been in discussions at all? And doesn't have to be formal discussions, but have you heard any kind of expressions of interest of year-round swim team that would be wanting to use a facility if we had an eight lane tank like is proposed in some of the designs?
Through your worship, the Councilor Nguyen, not specifically. There has been feedback solicited through the various surveys that RC did and previously with the Recreation Investment Survey that there were indications obviously of an interest, but at this point there's nothing specific to say to what degree or how big that team would be. I think it's probably similar to the discussion the disc golf players brought up is until that opportunity is there, it's hard to judge exactly how big it would be from a participant level, because a team might be very interested, but they obviously have to get people who want to participate in that kind of swim program to buy in.
Now I realize that's a bit of a catch-22 answer, because until we have it, there's really no point in being ambitious in that direction. All right, thank you.
Thank you. I do have one question because it was asked, and at one of our previous meetings, Councillor Nguyen had asked what the cost was for a 50-meter one. And yes, and did you do any costing on that at all?
Your worship, through yourself and the councillor at the last meeting, we went back to the approved list of amenities from the last report, and that's what we based this information on. I think that that kind of a question could be answered in the next phases of design, just as questions around things like water slides, slide tower was mentioned today. None of those are meant to be set in stone at this point, but would be decided upon later on. That being said, the incremental costs for a 50-meter pool are significant, and there are different maybe considerations or elements of research that you would do around that decision to go from a 25 to 50 that we haven't undertaken at this point, but you could charge a design team to go through those steps to inform you if you wish to at that point.
No, I appreciate that. It was a question that was asked, and I've never heard the answer to it, although I imagine it would be almost doubled. So, okay, Councillor Kelly, we're back to you.
Thank you. Mayor Catcher, I do remember the answer, and I know it was a very quick and off-the-cuff estimate, but the answer to the question was an order of magnitude increase. And you can correct me if I'm wrong. That was your quick response. So I just want to talk again about the reserve requirement. This is critical stuff. When it comes time to actually repair the facility, what's going to drive the expenditure? Our reserve policy or the need to spend the cash because the requirement is imminent?
Mr. Fleming?
Your Worship, I heard the question clearly. I'm just not sure I completely understand it.
And that's fine. I probably wasn't clear. Really what I'm getting at, Troy, is when the report given to council says very clearly that your annual reserve requirement for a swimming pool should be 1.7 to 2.5% of the cost. Why in heck would we not budget that number?
So through your worship, what we did in the costing here is we followed the city's current practices for how we budget for our facilities. So our typical practice now, and I probably won't do a good job of describing it, is that we set up reserve funds for certain pieces of equipment within the building. So we might have a reserve fund for the air handling units, the pumps, things like that. But it hasn't been a typical practice of ours to have reserve funds set up for the replacement of buildings. That's not something we've done before, so we chose not to do it in this report.
I don't think that annual of 1.7 to 2.5 is talking about a reserve fund to replace the building. It's a reserve fund. Let me read what it says here. Reasonable and prudent to ensure appropriate maintenance levels, a reserve fund of 1.7 to 2.5%. So when I think back on our experience with Harbor Pool Pool's had a complete new exterior envelope. It's had a new roof. It's had a change room attached to it. It's had other work done in its 45 years, all of those capital stuff. And I'm sure if we went back and added it up, we'd find that that total over the years probably comes very close to what Harbor Pool cost originally. And I wouldn't be surprised if it did. So the question still stands. For the purpose of 1.7 to 2.5, that's a budgeting question that impacts dramatically the value of the present value calculation. And it seems to me when we're budgeting, we should use what we expect to spend, not what we've policied to spend, and maybe the policy needs to change. Does that make sense?
To your worship, it does make sense. I would maybe see, I thought some of the repair and maintenance stuff was incorporated into the existing budget. So some of that might be included in the existing budget that we have, but it's something we would go back and take a look at and go, did we catch everything? Did we get the, like you mentioned, the roofs and the exterior and whatnot? We could take another look at that.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to have some motions on this, Mayor Catcher.
Okay, that looks like the questions are done. So now we'll get to the wish of council. Go ahead, Councillor Blizzard.
Well, I'm just going to get things started. I'll just read it. I'll make a motion that council refer scenario 3, expansion at the Dow Centennial Center for inclusion in the 2024 capital budget deliberations. I have a feeling this one's not going to be any unanimous, but I think that one reason I asked the question was this would give us time to look at it more in depth, get some more information, and then make some more decisions. I still feel, looking at all the different scenarios, that the Dow is the right location for it. I think we're getting more hemmed in. We might be at the Dow too at some point, but more hemmed in at the Harbor Pool. The expansion to that skate park was there. There's a lot of facilities around there. I think it's going to get tighter there. And the two pools, which when I was on council before, that was really pushed. But I said from day one, how can two pools be more efficient than one? They've got to have a different, more higher cost just for having staff there. So I think if we look at any of these, scenario 3 would be the best option.
Okay, thank you. It's now open for discussion and debate. Councillor Macon.
Thank you. I'll support the motion. If it passes, I look forward to it coming back at budget with what I'm hoping is details over what the next 5 years might look like in terms of funding for this project and next steps. And then we will have, I think, what we need to make that final decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Catcher. I reiterate, I truly appreciate the present value calculation because it drives home the magnitude of this investment decision. I have concerns, though, that, for instance, a proper amount hasn't been put in there I know what the ongoing significant capital costs are going to be, repair costs are going to be. And both numbers that you gave council through my questioning totaled about $500,000. We're told by you folks that the proper number is somewhere between 1.7 and 2.5%. If you'd like to bring to council something else authoritative to suggest that the number could be smaller, you have that ability. But you've told council it's 1.7 to 2.5%. I do think, I know that when it comes time for the budget presentation in this fall, that I would appreciate an updated present value calculation to build in those numbers. They're significant. It's important to understand what the present value calculation really stands for. And while it's not exactly the same as a mortgage, it is a commitment to make monthly and annual payments for the next 40 or 45 years. The same as a mortgage. It's a commitment. A mortgage is a legal document. It's a registration on the property title that says you owe and have the commitment to make these monthly payments. Ownership of this building is a commitment to the citizens to keep it open. It's a commitment to make these monthly and annual payments to keep that facility open forever. Not forever, till we replace it with something different. The total of those commitments, based on the numbers you've given today, and I don't have no serious objection with the numbers, is a present value of $211 million. And by the way, if I add up the operating cost and the capital cost on your page 1822, I come up with a cash cost of that same facility under option 3 of $330 million. So our mortgage is 211. Our total future payments are 330 million, and that's the total, Brad, of operating costs plus debenture, plus it's operating costs just plus the capital cost of the building. So it doesn't take into account debenture interest now at 330. The point is, and the huge point is, how significant this is. We have approximately 11,000 residences in Fort Saskatchewan, including apartments. A commitment of $211 million in today's numbers, today's value on today's date, relates to or translates to just over $19,000 of today's cost commitment per residential structure. Now, if we relax that and say commercial is going to pay 40% of it, and commercial does pay some of our property tax burden. Obviously, they don't use the pool, but they pay part of the freight. If we take out the 40%, the present value per residence as it sits today then goes to $11,500 per residence. Those aren't small numbers. I have asked repeatedly, obviously not strong enough and wasn't well organized about the best location for this pool. I have ongoing concerns about the migration from the older parts of Fort Saskatchewan. I mean, I have very significant concerns. And I'm not at all convinced that this council, and when I say this council, it's the royal we, have given adequate time or consideration to the long-term consequences of the hollowing out of the older parts of Fort Saskatchewan. So when I ask about the benefits to having the facility at the Dow, it's not that I dislike the Dow. I'm looking for a 40-year time horizon, best location to enhance the value of Fort Saskatchewan. It's what I'm looking for and what I'm trying to arrive at. Is there a concrete answer? No. But there are, within the next few years, we're going to have some school sites open up, for instance, that could easily hold this pool. And it's not a long wait. We know that. They're coming. Those vacant fields are coming. So that's what I'm driving at when I bring that subject up. User fee policy. I look forward to the implementation of the new user fee policy. I would like to think that before council makes the final approval on this project, whenever that is, that we have a much better understanding of what our user fees could be from a brand new, shiny, very expensive facility. Everything I've read in my term on council, talking about economics of user fees, says that you charge for the value of the service. You charge more for services that cost more to provide. And certainly a brand new pool costs a lot more to provide than a 40-year-old pool that we're currently using. So why wouldn't we charge more, and why wouldn't the user be prepared to pay more? And if we set our goal at 25%, we will never get off that. It's going to be 40 years down the road and we're still going to be at 25%, just like we are today with a 40-year-old pool. I think that's it for now, Catcher, but I do, Mayor Catcher, I apologize. It's been a long night. That was not intended, and I apologize again. I do have more comments I'd like to share before this is done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Nguyen on the motion.
Yeah, I'll vote in favor of the motion as it stands to bring this back to council for discussion, which way it goes when the motion is presented during or when it's brought forward under the capital budget. We'll see about that. But I think there is some reflection that needs to be done on the discussion here tonight, and some further information that we'll see from administration in the interim. So I'll look forward to to having these future discussions together.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. I support the motion. I'm just about ready for council to make a decision on this subject matter because it's something that's been on for a long time. I do agree that these are really significant costs that have to be made. So it's just a matter of when, So I think council really needs to make commit to spending this, money now or later. But I definitely support this motion, getting into the capital budget and having an actual debate, on whether we want to move forward or not. And so I support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm also going to support the motion. I think, in the conversation that we've had, and even when we talked about the area structure plan that we just approved, Southport is growing, and we're expecting another 13 to 20,000 people as the city grows. So that is going to be little more of the center, and I understand our downtown suffers, but we have to work on keeping our downtown alive. I may ask the comments about the JRC and the debt, because we didn't take on any debt for the JRC. So we pat ourselves on the back and we go, okay, the JRC will cost a little more operationally, but we're not taking on any debt for it. But on the other side, then that means the pool's going to have to mostly absorb all the debt. So I kind of look at it and go, we got 3 rinks, we got 1 pool. We got a growing population. I'm comfortable in having this referred back, or referred to scenario 3, referred to the inclusion of the 2024 capital budget, because I think what you've brought to us makes sense. That's what we've paid you all the big bucks for. So I appreciate all your comments that you've brought over these 3 phases. It's been a very long and drawn out, but at least it's been thoughtful, methodically thought out, and the information to me is well received. We can't be a community that closes down Harbour Pool for 24 to 36 months and just tell our public to go elsewhere. People are here for quality of life. They're here for recreation. So the motion is just to refer it, and then we'll have the big discussion when it comes with the 2024 capital budget. So I will support it. Councillor Harris?
I, on the other hand, will not support the referral because I don't believe building a pool at the Dow Centennial Center is the best alternative for, as Councillor Kelly talks about, hollowing out the older area of town. I believe that the estimates for the Harbour Pool expansion are inflated. I don't agree with them. I suspect that the size of the estimates of the project that our consulting team has put together is higher than what it needs to be. And it ultimately is slanted to make the Harbour or the Dow Centennial Center pool look more palatable. We are going to ultimately, as a council, make a decision for a pool facility of some sort. We will. What it will cost and quantum will ultimately be something that we will hash out during budget. I just think we're making the wrong decision because I do support a lesser investment in Harbour Pool because I believe, and I asked that question about the growth in the community, and when we ultimately, and you talked about it, Mayor Ketcher, growing community, we will likely need 2 facilities as we need more arenas. Not that I agree with that, but so be that. So I'll vote against it, but I suspect it will pass, and I hope it does, because we have to have that conversation in a more fulsome way during a budget discussion where I think those are ultimately the best opportunity to have these types of discussions as opposed to a referral report and this sort of thing. But we set this process in motion, and I respect that. But I think that we're eventually going to need 2 pools, and I suspect that would probably be when we hit about 45,000. And if we don't do something with Harbour Pool right now, and I didn't agree with your cost of $500,000 to remediate that site, way too low. But we can get into that at a later time. So I won't support it, and that's almost kind of a protest vote. When we have the discussion, I'll participate in it, and I will guarantee I'll be there to find the best solution for our community going forward. But this, I don't believe, is it. So that's my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. So round 2, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. Councillor Harris, I agree with your comments. I think one of the options that we did not look at, and we benefit from hindsight when you sit here. I mean, I've never dealt with a flipping pool before in my life, and I never will again. So there's a learning curve. And I don't feel bad at all if I go a year into it and I think, Jesus, I've just learned something. I got to back up 6 months and take another run at it. I see no problem with that. Because, like I said, or like we pointed out with the present value calculation, this is an enormous commitment to the city. So back in the early stages of this, when I didn't push hard enough to consider other areas of Fort Saskatchewan that could hold a pool, we should have. And I still believe that firmly. In fact, more convinced of that today than I was a year ago. I want to close this with, and I know our consultant's going to look at me and go, this guy's off his rocker. But Mayor Katcher and I had a completely different experience over this last period of months. Mayor Katcher described it as extremely positive and great. I found it very much not positive and very much not great. I found the initial report where eventually it was edited and approximately a third of it taken out to have some very gross inaccurate statements. I found the report in July, again, showing continued bias. And I just want to bring up, as I went through and flipped through the pages in preparation for tonight to refresh my memory, I came across this statement in the July report. And I thought of Maslow's needs, and I go, where in heck does this fit in the hierarchy of needs? And the statement says, recreational and leisure swimming should be considered a fundamental activity. I don't know in what life we live where recreational swimming is considered an absolute necessity, fundamental. I'm not aware of that life. I'm not aware of the logic behind that statement, but it was in the report, vetted by administration. I'm going to suggest rather strongly that recreational swimming in a facility with a present value cost at least of $211 million isn't a fundamental activity, it's an incredible luxury. Not that we shouldn't have it, but we should recognize it for what it is. It's not a fundamental activity, it's a luxury. We need to have further discussions on this entire subject. I agree with Councillor Harris on that as well. Certainly this is going to end up, I'm not voting for this motion, but it's going to end up, I'm positive, coming back to us in the budget deliberation, and we'll take another run at it. I stress I would like to have updated present value numbers, and if you're unprepared as administration to put in what you recommended in the report for annual maintenance capital upgrade reserve, at least explain why. We've had examples of when I was, a serious example, when some of us were first elected to council in 2018, where we used policy instead of market. And we took a couple years to thrash through that one. When something breaks, it's not how much we thought we were going to reserve. And our reserve, by the way, makes no reference and wasn't set in relation to a pool built in 2021 or 2024, 24 or 25. At today's values, with today's construction techniques. Our reserve, and I understand our reserve never sets up for the replacement of buildings. This isn't the replacement. This is a replacement of absolutely everything that's inside the building to keep it alive for 45 years. Because that's what's going to have to happen. It's a pool. And everything inside there, including the envelope and the interior walls, suffer greatly because it's a pool, i.e. the 1.7 to 2.5%. I thank everybody for their indulgence. I'm done, Mayor Katcher. I unfortunately didn't find this experience to be a positive one, unlike yourself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard on close. You have to push your button. Go ahead.
Sure. I guess I disagree with one thing. I do believe swimming, learning to swim or stay afloat in water is a fundamental skill in life. I've said to my kids, and I believe this wholeheartedly, there in today's world, there's some basic skills after learning to walk and talk, but driving in today's world, even if you don't drive a car regularly, is an essential skill. Using a computer, and swimming is even over that. It astonishes me the number of people I run into that have a fear of water, that don't know how to swim. If they fell over a boat, that drown, and this is worldwide. So I think a pool is essential. And where it goes, I guess that's up for discussion, but we need a pool. I am very sad at the thought of not having the harbor pool because I really like it. That's where I took my kids all the time. I think it's when we first moved to Fort Saskatchewan 30 years ago and I walked in, I was totally astonished because the area that I'm from in Ontario, Even to this day, there's not a indoor community pool there. They have a YMCA. They have that has a pool, operates one, and they have some private pools. So to go into this beach type atmosphere with a warm pool and a hot tub and a sauna, it was just incredible. And it still saddens me that we are considering closing that one, but I do believe that Dow is the right place for one, and we got to move forward. Our town is growing, our city is growing.
Okay, thank you. And I realized you pushed your button again, Councillor Kelly, but that was close. So if you'll indulge me, I'm going to go to the vote. So with that, that was close. The vote is now closed. Please cast your vote. And the motion is carried 5-2. Thank you very much. That was slightly over 2 hours on that. So we'll take a 15-minute refreshment break. So it's 10-2. Let's do 15 minutes. Okay, we will resume the meeting. And our next item that we have is the new area structure plan, annex lands. Mandy Chan and Craig Thomas presenting.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of the Council. We're here today to request Council to authorize the initiation of a new area structure plan within the lands identified as a future urban area within our municipal development plan. My name is Craig Thomas. I'm the Director of Planning and Development, and joining me this evening is Mandy Chan, planner with the Planning and Development Department, and also available is Andrew Usenek with Strata Development Corp, and Connor Smith from Alterra Engineering. And I'll just hand it over to Mandy, who will walk you through her presentation.
Thank you, Greg. Good evening, Your Worships and members of councils. And as Craig mentioned, my name is Mandy Chan, and I'll be presenting this presentation. So for the purpose of today's presentations is to provide information to council regarding a request to authorize the preparations of a new area structure plan located south of Selford Ridge Meadows subdivisions and within the city's future urban area. To get us started, ASP, Area Structure Plan, are a key planning document in developing of the cities, and it serves two purposes. The first one, it refines and implements the city's broad planning objective and policy of the Municipal Development Plan, MDP, and other policy by promoting logical, compatible, and sustainable development. It also guides and directs the specific land uses, subdivisions, and development decisions that collectively determines the form of the planned area will take. This includes making decisions on land use, transportation systems, populations, intensity, the sequence of developments, and the provisions of essential services and facilities. As a refresher, planning occurs within a legislative framework. At the municipal level, it starts with the Municipal Development Plan, MDP. It sets out the high-level planning goals and sets a visions and the strategies for how we will grow into the future. Next is our Area Structure Plan, ASP, and Neighborhood Structure Plan, NSP, which informs decision-making for redistricting, which enables us to approve subdivisions and also development permits. The MDP and ASP are statutory planning documents and are the process that follows or regulated under the Land Use Bylaw, which allows the approval of subdivisions and development permits. The ASP lives here within the overall planning process. Currently, the city has two residential-based area structure plan, West Park and South Fort, and one new ASP application in progress. The West Park and South Fort ASP were prepared by the city, and the new ASP in progress is initiated by a developer. Following the adoptions of the MDP, the developers would now typically be responsible for preparing the ASP, but in accordance with the city's terms of reference areas for area structure plans and neighborhood structure plans. The terms of reference of ASP provides the framework preparations of a new ASP, and it states that council must give authorization for the ASP can be prepared. The creation of the ASP is highly involved and highly technical. This must be established through a series of studies that determines and understand the site characteristics, such as existing land uses, transportation, topography, natural features, property ownerships, and several other things. It also looks at how those characteristics will influence and affect the development, and then ultimately what the plan will look like and how it will develop out. Alterra Engineering Limited, on behalf of South Fort Farms Limited and Strata Development Corporation, is requesting authorization to initiate the development of an area structure plan within the city's newly annexed area. The subject area covers approximately 269 hectares and is located south of the Sulphur Ridge Meadow subdivision, east of Highway 21, and north of Range Road 542. The applicant owns the northeast quarter sections of the land within the subject area. The applicant indicating that the owners of the remaining three-quarter section, the northwest, southwest, and southeast quarter, expressed no interest in participating in the ASP process. The ASP group provides a conceptual framework for the future major road network development phase, school location, and potential neighborhood node throughout the Section 13. However, the ASP will primarily focus on the northeast quarter section. If the adjacent landowner wish to develop their land in the future, the owners will be required to amend the area structure plan. This approach promotes consistency and cohesion throughout the entire development area, safeguarding the integrity of the ASP while allowing for adaptations to evolve community needs and objectives. The subject quarter section is primarily has cultivated agricultural lands and contains one residential farmstead. The lands contain several low area dugouts and wetlands. During the preliminary site investigation, no other major geographic constraints to developments were noted by the applicants. Additional investigation into the site condition will be undertaken throughout the ASP preparation. In terms of why does council needs to authorize the preparation of an ASP within these lands, again, the MDP sets out the direction. It has policy related to sustainable, efficient, and continuous urban growth. 3 policies in particular, as shown on the slide here. In summary, we need to be at a point where new urban development is ready to go into the lands that were annexed in 2020. And there are a number of factors to consider, this including the timing, location, land absorptions, local and regional competitiveness, and social consideration into how a new neighborhood would be better positioned to achieve specific planning goals than the existing. In terms of timing, if we were to take the position that we were not entertaining any new ASP within the annexed land until the existing area are developed out, we would hit a point where no development could happen. The timing has to be right. The drafter of the ASP have to consider what the condition will be like, not today, but maybe 4 to 7 years into the future. At the moment, the Meadows neighborhood is about 94% completed, and the full build-out is anticipated to be complete within 3 years. Regarding on West Park neighborhood is about 93% completed, and it's anticipated to build out completed within the 4 years. Regarding on location, Highway 21 is a physical landmark that separates suburban growth in the city. These locations of the proposed ASP will be a natural extension of the existing service and build-up area that already exists in the Sulphur Meadows subdivisions. The fundamental reason why we annex land is because we're running out of developable land. Currently, as I mentioned, West Park has about 21 hectares of available lands, while Southford has about approximately 200 hectares remaining. Based on the trends over the past 6 years, the developing area with plans could fully develop in 10 to 12 years. It is important to note that this does not include the 2/4 sections of the southeast lands within the Southford Area Structure Plan. If the timing and location are right, a new ASP enables us to achieve specific planning goals and objectives that is much more difficult to achieve within the existing. In other words, we're starting with a clean kind of a picture. Our MDP sets out specific policy and goals, and the terms of reference is a tool that would walk those goals into the new ASP. So what is your decisions do they mean? If authorized, it would actually start off the process. The proponents will establish who are the interested party are, and they will, and that will be involved throughout the process. It will talk about what are the existing conditions, site characteristics, policy and regulations that may affect the development of the land. How does what and who affects and may influence the plan itself. It will establish where we'll take like the roadway network, the residential, commercials, school, and parks will be located. It will talk about the timing and the sequence of the development. And ultimately, the plans will need to be approved by council, and therefore it will need to be demonstrating why the final plan is a good fit for the city of Fort Saskatchewan and how it aligns with the goals and policy and objective that we have currently. In conclusions, administration is recommending that council does authorize the initiations of a new area structure plan for an area of approximately 249 hectares, locating south of South Fort Ridge Meadows subdivisions and within the city's future urban area. And at this time, I would like to answer any questions that council may have for administrations. And also, as I mentioned, we do have our applicants and consultants online as well that they can answer questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I will open it up to questions, and we'll try and have Mandy answer first. And if she can't, she can direct them to either the consultant or Mr. Usnick. Okay? Yes. Councillor Blizzard. Oops, just a second here. Go ahead.
So when you do the ASP, do you also just look at future to the east or to the west, like other areas that are future development so that roads don't just dead end or we have to redo some of them? Is that all considered?
Through your worships to Councillor Blizzard. So right now it's because we do have our design brief actually completed. So regarding on the transportation networks, we can actually base on that, and then as a foundation, then we can actually grow from that one.
Sounds good. Just wanted to make sure.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks for the presentation here today. Another watershed document that we see before us. Quite unique for a council to see two of these area structure plans commencing. My question is, we have 4 quarter section in the ASP being proposed. What's the rationale between going on the northeast section in detail prior to adjacent to the highway, which would be northwest quarter section? I have some theories, but I'd like to hear from you just kind of why we're looking at that one as it is kind of off a major corridor as opposed to adjacent to it, where we're already seeing some commercial development.
Yes, through your worships to Councillor Nguyen. So because that is actually because the applicants, they actually own the northeast quarter section. So that's why it would actually primarily focusing as a starting point in that section.
So this will be developer driven. This is not city driven.
Yes, it is development driven.
Okay.
Developer.
Okay, I'm next on the speaking order. So the question that I have is the benefit of doing this now, because Landrex is also doing theirs right now. So just can you talk about the benefits of having more than one ASP going?
Your Worship, thank you. And I think probably the applicant or the developer or either Mr. Usnick or Mr. Smith will probably want to speak to this as well. So what we want to try to do is have planning in the areas where we don't currently have area structure plans. Development, we the reason why we went through an annexation is so we can have land for future development. And ideally, we want to have about 20, we want to have planned areas that can accommodate future growth up to about 20 years. Based on the rate of growth that we're seeing, a conservative estimate would be that we're land is being consumed at about 20 hectares a year within our areas that currently have area structure plans. There's about anywhere between 190 to 200 hectares that's left. So that would last about 10 years. With the new area structure plan that's currently under review right now, that would potentially add another 4 years of available land. So we're looking at about 10 to 13 years as well. So that's why what we're looking at in terms of planning. Ultimately, it does make sense to do planning within these areas because it doesn't necessarily mean that development has to occur. Ultimately, council will be responsible for approving the redistrictings and enabling land that would happen, but it does create a planning framework in place within these areas.
Okay, did you want the applicant to have it?
I'll leave it up to them as to whether or not they want to expand further.
Mr. Usnick or it's Mr. Smith?
I think he summarized that very well. I don't have anything else to add.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question that I have is when we talk about doing the entire area, because I know Landrex is only doing two of the blocks, and this is for 4 of them. It goes to the EMRB. So is it actually to our advantage to have all 4 of them going in to show what's going to happen in these areas?
Your Worship, you're referring to the quarter sections?
Yeah.
Yes. Your Worship, so regardless, any new area structure plan would have to go to the EMRB. What we were thinking is it makes more sense because it is an area structure plan, and then we have the more detailed neighborhood structure plans, which would essentially become like a chapter, and that's where there's more detailed planning that would happen. It makes sense that we consider a section of land, and then the applicant can lay out the road pattern and also identify those things that are specifically laid out within the Municipal Government Act. But it does provide a framework for, and it provides guidance for those future neighborhood structure plans.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you, folks. It's my understanding that this is the first area structure plan that's going to be done by the developer. Is that correct?
Through your Worship, Councillor Kelly, we do have an application right now from another developer on the other side of the highway land. So,
okay.
So that one,
they're going to run concurrently, but they will be the first time that this process has been followed.
Correct.
What led to the? I assume that area structure plans used to be prepared by the city, by city administration.
Your Worship, the practice in Fort Saskatchewan here is that the city would prepare the area structure plans. Typically within the Edmonton region, it is something that is developer driven. The idea is that the developer would bring it forward and the city would have very robust guidance that would help give direction to what that plan would look like. And it's kind of a very iterative process between the city and the developer, but essentially the developer would drive that process, and it would have to be in accordance with, in our case, the terms of reference and our municipal development plan.
And what benefits are you anticipating from the new process over the old? Just curious, if any.
Through your Worship, I think there are a number of, I think for one, if the city is doing it, then we're making a lot of assumptions. It's going to be a very high level document that's probably not going to have a lot of planning guidance and direction in it, because we don't, we're not as close to the development process as the developers. That's why it's important for us to set out the detailed policy, which we've done in our municipal development plan. And then it's incumbent on us to work with the developers to make sure that they adhere to that policy.
Super. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? If not, Do you want to put your motion up?
Administration is recommending that council authorize the initiation of a new area structure plan for an area of approximately 249 hectares located south of South Fort Ridge Meadows subdivisions and within the city's future urban area.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon. Go ahead.
Just making it bigger on my screen. Sorry. Yeah, thank you. I'll make the motion that council authorizes the initiation of a new area structure plan for an area of approximately 249 hectares located south of the South Fort Ridge Meadows subdivision and within the city's future urban area.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Only to say that I think that it makes infinite sense to start this process now and to run it concurrently with the other ASP so that we have these plans in place for future development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's open for discussion and debate. Councillor Harris.
I'll support this motion because I think it's just normally good planning to move this thing along in this manner. Historically, the city of Fort Saskatchewan did the initial West Park area structure plan because they couldn't get a developer to do it. And so the city did reach out and finally got a developer, and it happens to be Mr. Usnick's father, who came in, and ultimately the initial West Park area structure plan came about through that process. But I think from my history, typically the developers drive it because they own the land and they know what they want to try to accomplish from the development of the land. So in this context, I'm glad to see that the company is coming forward, the partnership is coming forward, and I think it makes sense to do it. I think it will probably have a beneficial effect on the overall planning for that area, South Fort, because in talking to the developer, I understood that the owners of the other 3 quarters in that section have showed reticence. They're just not interested at this point in time. So I think this will hopefully be the let's put a giddy up on it and start doing the planning so that we as a community have got a better view of the future. So I think that's positive, and I support it in that context.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing anything else on discussion and debate. Councillor Macon, anything on close? All right, I'm going to close the motion. Please cast your vote. Oh. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. And thank you. All right, 11.2 was consent. We will move on to 12.1 bylaw C6-23, Corrine Rayner presenting, and you are a trooper. You have been here the entire night.
Good afternoon, Your Worship. Good evening, Your Worship, and members of council. I am Corrine Rayner. I'm the Director of Protective Services for the city, and I'm here to present to you an updated Policing Committee Bylaw C6-23 and request 3 readings to adopt this new bylaw, which repeals Policing Committee Bylaw C9-09. The Policing Committee Bylaw is for the purpose of establishing a policing committee in Fort Saskatchewan and sets out the specific roles and responsibilities of this committee in relation to the municipality's responsibility to ensure adequate and effective policing provided in our community. The Policing Committee is a link between City Council, the RCMP detachment, and the residents of Fort Saskatchewan. The committee helps us understand the needs, values, and expectations of the community when it comes to public safety and policing, and shares that information back to the police service. The Policing Committee has made some recommendations to update this bylaw. We have done some general housekeeping to clean up some of the language within the bylaw. Section 3.1D has been added, and it states one member of the policing committee is appointed to sit on the traffic safety working group committee to help advise on traffic safety matters and automated traffic enforcement initiatives. For the past couple of years, we have had one member of the policing committee sit on the traffic safety working group. This is now a provincial requirement as well when it comes to automated traffic enforcement. So we are just formalizing that request of the province. The policing committee is currently made up of one member of council and 6 members of the public. They would like to increase these numbers to 1 member of council and 8 members of the public, with one of those positions being designated for a youth representative. In the Police Act, it states that a policing committee can have no fewer than 3 or more than 12 members. Increasing this number will assist the committee in their capacity to attend public events and do the work of the committee, and it will keep them in alignment with what's in the Police Act. We have recently had a youth member join the committee in a non-voting capacity in the last year, so they would like to make this a formal part of the committee. The last addition is section 4.2 was added to align with the city's diversity inclusion policy that all appointments onto the committee will be consistent with our diversity and inclusion policy. And that concludes my presentation. Very short and sweet. There are a few minor amendments to the policing committee, and administration is recommending 3 readings of this new bylaw.
Okay, we'll open it up to any questions. Councillor Harris?
Ms. Rayner, I've got a couple questions. In section 7, you talk about public complaint director in the bylaw. I presume we have a public complaint director, and if so, who is that at the present time?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, the policing committee does have a public complaints director. It is Stephen Hull. He has been the last couple of years the public complaints director.
Is he a member of the committee?
He is a member of the committee.
Okay, great. In 7.2b, it makes a public complaint director may be, and the B says an employee of the committee. As far as I know, the committee does not employ people. The city employs people. Am I misunderstanding what you're trying to get across with that statement?
Through to your worship, I believe that the intent to that is it could be myself as an employee of the city of Fort Saskatchewan who sits on the committee as well. So it could be an employee of the city.
I would suggest this wording is somewhat misleading because, and I ask this question because your reference is C, it says an employee of the city. And if you're on the city and you're on the committee, I'm just trying to understand that. So I would suggest that's a little bit misleading.
Through your worship, you're correct, Councillor Harris, that there are no employees on the committee.
It reads
of the committee. It does read that way.
Exactly. Yeah. I would suggest I have a problem with that.
So when we come to it, you could make an amendment to change that?
Well, yeah, and that's why I asked the question, and I understand what you're getting at, and I don't have a problem with the director. I just need to understand that. Thank you.
Or I guess the question that I'm going to put to Mr. Fleming, can we just take that as a note that will be changed because it was done in error?
Yeah, I think, Your Worship, if you want to just pull the bench for unanimous consent, and then we'll just make the change.
Is anybody opposed to them making that change for that? Taking out employee on that? Okay. So the Ledge Services, just so you know that when this is printed, it will not have employee in there. Okay? That way we don't have to do an amendment. They'll make the change. Mr. Fleming will make sure the change is made. I asked for consent. Yes? No?
Yeah, I'll go along with it reluctantly.
Okay, you're good? Any more?
I'll go along with it reluctantly.
But are you finished speaking?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly, you're next.
Thank you. Good evening. One very small request. With the when you present to council with bylaw or policy changes, could I ask that you also provide a tracked changes copy version of the document? It makes it much easier to comprehend the changes. And if you look at other sections of even tonight's report, you'll see that copy included as well. I think it flows naturally off a Word if you know which buttons to press. So it just makes it infinitely easier, certainly from my perspective. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And yeah, I think we've asked for track changes before. So, okay. That looks like all the questions. What is wish council? Councillor Nguyen.
Be pleased to make the motion that council give first reading to Policing Committee Bylaw C623, which repeals Policing Committee Bylaw C909.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to speak to it?
Nothing other than I think the last update was done in 2009. So I thank you for the revision being done, and it's good to take a look at these every once in a while so that we can be up to date.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion and debate? Not seeing any. Anything on close?
Nothing.
I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. You can continue a second.
You bet. I move that council give second reading to Policing Committee Bylaw C623, which repeals Policing Committee Bylaw C9-09.
Anything further on speaking in favor?
Nothing to add.
Anything on discussion and debate? Nothing on close. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. That's carried unanimously. You may present it for unanimous consent.
I move that council give unanimous consent to proceed to third and final reading to Policing Committee Bylaw C623, which repeals Policing Committee Bylaw C909.
Thank you. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously, and go ahead with third.
I'll move that council give third reading to Policing Committee Bylaw C623, which repeals Policing Committee Bylaw C909.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything on speaking in favor?
Nothing.
Anything on discussion and debate? Close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. You are done for the night. Thank you. All right, and we have done 12.2 through consent. So notice of motion. I know Councillor Harris, you have one.
Your Worship, I would like to read the following notice motion, and I would hereby give notice that I will introduce the following motion at the October 10th, 2023 regular council meeting. That council approve the Fort Saskatchewan Lions Club interest-free loan request in the amount of $150,000 for the Fort Lions Campground Expansion Project, with the funds to be taken from the Financial Stabilization Reserve, subject to the following conditions. 1, the development permit approval is granted and all associated permit conditions except those of a continuing nature are met, and a funding agreement between the City of Fort Saskatchewan and the Fort Saskatchewan Lions Club is completed and includes a 5-year reimbursement plan. And finally, provision of financial statements of the Fort Saskatchewan Lions Club.
Okay, thank you very much. So that is in the record and it has been presented to Ledge Services. Are there any other notice of motions? Not seeing any. Are there any points of interest? Not seeing any. Any councillor of inquiries to administration? Not seeing any. Then I will take a motion to go in camera. You want to go ahead, Councillor Abatoye?
I'll make a motion that council goes in camera as per FOIP.
Thank you. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. So we will now go up to committee room and go in camera. We can give all of these.
I was just going to suggest,
Didn't hear you.
Gail, take this.
There you go. Are you shredding them? I'm going to give it to them.
I just don't want to.
He's not waiting to the end. Which is the end of the show. Okay, so he's waiting for the end.
Waiting for the end. I gave one to extend it for 12 minutes. The board is.
You're good.